What's up, everybody? It's a white thread. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. I think I'm ready to start. I may need to duck out with Chris for some stuff to help her with Pippin this morning. Otherwise, we should be good to go. We are out on all of our socials. We're out in Discord. We are live in both places. And I think we're ready to go. It's never too early for pizza, Silent Dave. How dare you speak such blasphemy? Pizza is God in my house. Well, at least for me. Chris doesn't like pizza as much as I do. I do love pizza. I have frostbite, guys, and I don't have anything to cure it. And unfortunately, I think there's going to be permanent storm going on here. And I don't have anything to deal with it. I may just turn it off, so I don't have to deal with it while I'm doing this mission. Because I don't really care here. All I want to do is get Andreja to Shattered Space. I've got one more conversation ping with her. Probably going to take about an hour. We'll see. But I need to do one more conversation ping to get her to her romance option, I believe. And that gets us on the track to being ready to go to Shattered Space. I'm going to check some here, because if I can turn off the frostbite and stuff, I'm totally turning it off for this mission. Because I just want to burn through this as quickly as possible. What am I looking for here? Cure and improve. Okay. Aha! No environmental damage or affliction you gain. Oh, let's turn that off for now. I think that's what I want. Environmental damage affliction's off. Is that going to get rid of it? What's the commitment ceremony, Boboni? I forget. Hang on, let's see what this is. Protection regenerating. Frostbite. I need to clear the frostbite. I think we need to go back to the ship really quick and rest. And then we will be able to clear that affliction, and then we can go do this next mission. Her version of marriage.
Seems to be where we left it.
Why do I not remember any of that from my first playthrough? I don't remember that. You know what? I bet there's not a bed on this ship. Yeah, I'm essentially crippled. I think I'm gonna have to go somewhere just to clear this. Because I don't have any cures. Give me 2 seconds, everybody. We gotta go clear this, cure it, and then hopefully, by turning environmental stuff off, I shouldn't have to deal with this again. Where did I find the gun I have? Falcons asked. Found. Silent Dave says trying to make better food choices. That's a tough one. The easiest solution is just cook everything yourself. That's what Chris and I had to resort to. It's like, all right, we got rid of it. We can go back now. Basically we just cook everything. Do everything at home. That's the only way to guarantee that you make better food choices. Because if, like, when I was in the city, it was so easy because Uber Eats and Didi and everybody delivers to your front door, and it's like, oh, it's so convenient. Why am I crippled again? What the fuck? Okay, I'm confused by this, guys. I turned it off, and yet as soon as I land here, I get frostbite again. As soon as I landed, I get frostbite. Even though I turned it off in the settings. That's combat affliction. Environmental damage and afflictions. No afflictions gained from the environment. Well, I just got an affliction from the environment. What's up? You need help? Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Hang on, guys. Before we can get going, I gotta figure this out, because I don't want to deal with the stupid frostbite. So I'm trying to figure out how to turn this off, because I don't have anything to cure it right now. Hang on, that's a spacesuit. I don't need to do that. And I thought I had it turned off to where it wouldn't be an issue, but apparently not. Now I'm trying to find a chair or something to sit down on. This is really confusing to me. Yeah, I don't think that did anything. What the hell? I have severe frostbite, prognosis stable. I might need to go all the way back and sleep in a bed. That might be what we need to do to completely clear this. Maybe. I'm not exactly sure. I don't have a bed on this ship, so I gotta go back to my home planet. I was at the lodge, but as soon as I touched down, it said it cleared. Which I thought was good to go, but then as soon as I went back, I had it again. So maybe it didn't clear, it just reversed it, but it wasn't cleared yet. We're going to go rest in the bed and see if this clears it. If not, I'm going to have to go find somewhere to buy the things to cure the frostbite, to do the thing.
Again. Who do you think will be the first to ask us questions? Mateo or Noel?
Hey, it's the Starborn.
Come on. There are worlds to conquer.
Okay. Frostbite cured. Let's check my status. Nothing on me. Well rested. Okay. Let's see if this worked. Yeah, I'm thinking that might have been the case, Sky Kane. Or Skyane, yep. About to find out. I think we're good now. Yep.
Those codes will allow you to temporarily restore power to most facilities.
Where's good? Yeah, this is a good mission, Silent Dave. What's up, Kyle Talks? Bubbleini says, Docking Aquila, New Atlantis Desert City can cure afflictions.
All set on your gear? Are you ready to do this?
Sure.
That's Kaiser. Percival.
Hadrian appears more
everything green on your
focused.
ends?
I am ready.
Personal comm should be routed from Kaiser now. You copy that?
Roger, loud and clear.
Perhaps too loud.
Oh, you're a riot robot.
Kaiser, kick it off.
Unlock code transmitted. You may open.
Oh, also one more thing. I forgot. I have a new gun. That one we can drop. That one I can... That's 107. I'm holding on to this for later because we might end up using it on the ship once we get to it. Yeah, let's drop that one. Okay.
Relate when ready.
Sampling of weapons for those of you who might want.
All right. On our way into the city. Percival, where are we heading?
Running the first sweep. Got one. A Sealy's. Not far. Old shipping yard just...
Shit. These things, they're all dominated. Clean them out and keep an eye out for the morph controlling them. I never believed that power was real.
Continuing engagement. Integrity compromised.
All right. I see the dumpster and I immediately want to like, can I put bodies in it like in Cyberpunk?
Safety's off.
Looks like the last of them. No sign of the morph, though.
Your shipping yard's just beyond the processing plant. Cache with some goodies is towards the rear of the facility.
Kaiser, we close close enough for you to dial in the location of those samples from here?
Yes, they're faint. But I'm detecting
Yeah, this is definitely one of the better
signatures.
faction quests for
I have
sure.
restored power to the
One of my favorites
containers.
anyway.
Jackpot. Get down there and collect as many as you can.
We got all sorts of goodies here. Something heard me, something see me, nothing yet. Creeping. Oh, it's a storage container. Shit, I did not need to pick up those weapons. Hold up. Wait a minute. Ah, it's not the icon. Not the map. Not the map. I want my inventory. New items. Where did I go? I picked up like an axe. Yeah, drop that shit. There it is. Drop it. Drop that too. Don't need it. I only want crafting mats.
Are you quite sure you don't want to hold on to
Elvid
that?
says, started on Mordor yesterday, questing in Combe. Just enjoyed myself in Lord of the Rings Online. Thanks for the guides. You're welcome.
Deploying lethal countermeasures.
Open fire!
Oh, it went up. It's gonna jump. Oh shit, there's one behind us. Level 60, baby. Somebody's coming for me, guys. Dun, 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 dun.
Sustained.
Come on, open sesame. Nah. Do I have a light? Yes, I do have a light. I just choose not to use it because half the time it blinds me when it glares off of something.
Samples collected.
All right. Now hand those over to Kaiser and let's get out
Samples
of here.
secure.
Nice work. Now, earlier scan picked up a valid terramorph sample, but, well, it's in the spaceport. And the quick route there looks
Yeah, I
like
need
it
to
got
mod
blasted
this
before
Babylonian
it
at some
did.
point. I really like this shotgun. I would love to find a better version of it.
Tunnels under the city,
This is the
which
big.
will
This is
allow
the
us to
advanced Big
access the
Bang.
spaceport.
I've yet to
What do
find
you-
anything.
That's right. Kaiser, how did you know that?
I am not sure.
Percival, you see any better option?
Not from where I'm
Yeah,
standing.
Sky Kane. my first playthrough, I totally did it with the affliction. I don't have any mats on me, and I don't care about this right now because I'm just trying to get to shattered space as quickly as possible. So, yeah, I just turned the affliction off because it's like I'm not gonna try to deal with this. Let's just go. I need one more dialogue ping with Andreja. One more dialogue ping gets me to 5, and I think that's the one everybody has told me is when she does the quest for her companions, and that's when we can be done with it and get to shattered space again. I'm on the clock, so I got to get this done as quickly as possible.
Kaiser, this flora, this is Lazarus plant, isn't it?
Confirmed.
You know, no one even realized it was a living thing until someone got it under a microscope and saw it had cells. Can't be cultivated anywhere but Londinian.
There is
Real
reasons
marvel.
for all of this.
All these leeches. What's keeping you things warm?
Oh yeah, I wonder what the leeches, guys. Space Rogue muscle gear. I don't even want to know what it looks like. That sounds terrifying. I'm not about to become a gym bro in Starfield.
What's that? My
I
God.
remember we have to do
Look at
something
it.
in this room.
A Lazarus in bloom. You know, we might be some of the only... What's happening?
Here we go, kids.
Captain, have you seen this?
I do remember that. That's awesome. And terrifying. Oh, Jesus!
Oh my God. The heat leeches are terramorphs.
But heat leeches infest every settlement, every corner of the settled systems. That means that every single one... Oh no.
You just saw that, right? You would tell me if I was losing my mind.
No, you weren't losing your mind.
That heat leech became a terramorph. The pests that have snuck onto every planet are baby terramorphs. Heat leeches hide out in ships, sneak away after landing.
Yeah, I
and
don't
then
have any points in that
with
bubble anyway, so
time,
this,
they
it'll be interesting when I get there to
transform.
actually like earn her
We just
earn her
found out how terramorphs move
relationship
between
through the
planets.
Shattered Space DLC. Feels like a pretty major discovery.
Pretty major is right. The Lazarus plant. But that means if anyone you could sneak. Good God.
Given what we witnessed, it's certainly plausible.
But first, you'd have to.
Well, we're never gonna know if you don't catch that thing. Get after it.
We may proceed.
Go.
Now, if I remember correctly, this is where I got to use the minigun last time when I played.
Initiating target elimination. Combat procedures.
All right. First of all, Kaiser's got the cell data from the New Atlantis and Tau Ceti attacks, right?
Uploaded them myself.
Captain, let Kaiser take a look at that sample.
Beginning analysis. It is a match. This suggests with high certainty that the Lazarus plant was used to trigger the attacks on both planets.
There's no way a plant this rare, this fragile, just shows up here, New Atlantis, and Tau Ceti. The transformations on those worlds, they must have been triggered by human hands.
Oh yeah,
Captain, do you understand what it is?
I do. It means someone's using the Lazarus plant to trigger things.
Exactly.
I wonder where they could have gotten such an idea.
Yeah, I wonder where.
Deploying alien life.
I wouldn't be shocked to find out our team, in part, Makes some sense. Tau Ceti was likely their first. Ensure the big show. And the timing of that. It couldn't have been just luck. These attacks. They certainly were. Who could pull something like...
We'll have our answer soon enough. You
Let's
have
save
my
the
word.
discussion for when you all aren't standing in the universe's closest equivalent to hell frozen over. If we're gonna do anything to prevent more Terramorph attacks, human cause or otherwise, we need that final sample.
Roger that.
Let's get it.
Kaiser, get us into the spaceport.
The entrance is this way.
Ba 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 ba. What's up, United?
I am unable to provide sufficient power to the lock mechanism.
I ratted him out.
Anyone got ideas where we could get
If that's
some
who you're
extra
talking about,
juice?
the.
Local power looks like it was controlled.
Well,
by
I don't know
security
how this
office.
completely
Upper
unfolds,
floor.
but I did tell Hadrian.
Scout it out. Kaiser, see if you can't find another way to get it open.
Roger that. I have restored power to the office entrance. You may proceed.
Okay.
There's the control panel. Still looks operable.
Pull the trigger.
Reactivated. Error. Control system reboot required.
And we do that. Ah, Captain.
Reboot engaged. Running diagnostic. Diagnostic.
Yeah, I kept him a secret my first time because I was like the UC.
Warning. Priority safety concern detected.
I was the UC bootlicker,
Exterior hatch power restored.
saluting the
Back in business.
UC flag every morning, noon, and night.
Emergency recorder message
This playthrough I am
detected.
not.
Transcription process engaged. Playback initiated.
Admiral Senna, we need to make the evacuation request.
That's my father he's addressing. He was here? Didn't
Oh,
think
it's
he'd have
worse
the
than
guts
that.
to look those soldiers in the eye before blowing this place to pieces.
Admiral!
It just transformed. An invisible weapon. No planet would be safe. Colonel, the troops that closed off the sewers after my evaluation, they're all in this facility.
Other than our casualties, yes, sir.
Good. Get them into defensive positions around the spaceport. No one leaves. I'll send ships as soon as possible.
Uh-huh.
Thank God. None of us wanted to go down swarmed by those things.
That won't be your fate, Colonel. You have my word.
Yeah.
Transcription complete.
Yeah,
Physical
they have a
copy
completely different fate.
available.
An invisible weapon. He knew. He knew about the Lazarus plant. Grab that recording. We should talk. Hey, Victus. He just...
That's certainly how I interpreted it.
He saw the potential of the plant as a weapon. He killed those people to keep...
Cold-blooded murderer.
No, this was so much worse than that. He is a monster.
Andreja wants him dead.
Exactly what we... But if the plant was used to trigger the attacks, could Faye Victus have been involved in the massacre on New Atlantis?
That's not possible. Well, it's the only lead we've got.
And even if he wasn't directly involved, Faye Victus is a monster.
Yeah, Arthur, he
of a
did.
human
By the way, I'm
being.
sorry. If you haven't seen this before, I am kind of skimming through this part really quickly because I'm mostly interested in just getting to Shattered Space again. So I'm kind of space barring through a lot of this stuff. Some of it is a little different to me because the first time I came through her, I hid the truth from Hadrian, and this time around, I told her the truth. So there are some little things that I'm actually interested in listening to, but for the most part, we're just making a beeline to get Andreja's next conversation starter.
Sound good?
Oh, you're on
Eyes peeled.
+9? Alright, you're good. I wasn't sure based on your commentary. Good to know. Oh, it's about to pop up, isn't it? Yeah, I still don't have all the powers either. What the hell is that we're about to drop? What it is a dead critter.
The thralls. They're not coming after us. I guess. Well, we can. Good. Now just stash that sample with Kaiser and we're done.
Kaiser, come here, buddy.
Final sample secure.
All wrapped up. Time to get the hell out of here. Percival, you should unplug and find somewhere we can talk. Privately.
On it. See you soon.
Okay, return to the base. $14, not 41. That was that's a bit of a difference, just a little bit. Oh, I didn't quite make it. Hold up.
Didn't get eaten, huh? Good for you.
How am I getting in here? We're going up the stairs? Okay, we're going up the stairs. Yeah, I just went up here, though. Oh, I see. I missed this little path around the... Okay.
Look at all of you. Back from the... Got pretty frantic on the comms.
Sure did. Kaiser's got all the samples in storage.
Ah, this place. No, my connection might have gotten a bit fuzzy there.
That's what it sounded like.
Guess the old Admiral...
It's a bit more...
I'm sorry, what?
Yep, we're telling the truth
He's
to everybody.
pulling my leg, right? Adrian?
No, I don't believe he is.
So that means we have a suspect.
Damn right we have a
I
suspect.
believe that's exactly what that means. Look, Captain, Percival and I, we need to get these samples back to the lab. But Ve Victus is the only... Since you're the only one who knows where he is...
Oh, he and I are gonna have some words.
Good. We'll all meet back at mast, outside the cabinet chambers. Best of luck, Captain.
Okay. You can upgrade the Rev 8's turret by investing in lasers, heavy weapon, and demolition skills. What? I didn't know that.
Security here is so visible.
Oh, I already told him the
I
truth.
suppose it makes people more comfortable. Most people, anyway.
I'm still
They already know.
trying to get over what happened to those people.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I can't make that jump? I don't know why it's pointing me down there.
Greetings, citizen. Welcome to the UC.
Welcome to the UC. Copy that, Babylonia. Yeah, I want to see it too, because I don't know where this goes. I did not make any of the vortex grenades in my first playthrough. No. I'm going to quick save from this point onwards, because I actually don't know what's going to happen here either.
Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
Well, what a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
When I heard you and Hadrian were headed for Londinian Vault, did you find what you were looking for?
I know your secrets, Francois. Tell me the truth about the tax, and I might spare you.
How could you know? You're telling the truth, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
You want to hear the words, then? I did it. The Terramorph attacks on Tau Ceti. New Atlantis. My doing. Years of coordination between my associate and I. Figuring out how to deploy the Lazarus plant's pollen outside of Londinian. Learning to synthesize it. Use it as a weapon. Now, being as clever as you are, I'm sure you have thoughts on why I might do such a thing.
Empath, it's pretty obvious you're angry about what the UC did to you. This is petty revenge, nothing more.
Oh, my revenge was far from petty, Captain. The attacks were a correction. When I discovered the plant, I did consider handing over what I'd found, but we were at war. And I couldn't risk information that dangerous falling into the wrong hands. So I ordered the bombing of the Londinian spaceport, fixing two problems at once. Halting the spread of the city's Terramorph outbreak, and sealing away knowledge of the plant's potential.
Please, no secret is so dangerous that you can justify condemning so many lives.
Easy to say now, but at the time, I didn't know the Lazarus plant couldn't be plucked from the ground and used to cause even more death. I wasn't going to allow another dangerous variable to be added to an already catastrophic war. But then, as the war ended, my trial, my execution, I made a decision.
You can make them, I think Babylonia already got you the answer, Arthur. You can craft them in an industrial bench.
And what did I get in return?
But you have to have bits and pieces from the creatures in Shattered Space.
My legacy? My daughter's legacy? No. We were sacrificed when all we did was serve. So I kept what I'd learned and arranged the attacks to set things right again. My daughter. She becomes a hero. I become a trusted advisor. And cement my new position of influence when I hand them the name of the person responsible for the attack on New Atlantis. The dear departed Dr. Reginald Orleans.
Okay, I remember this from last time.
Luck he was stopped
And I
dead
agreed.
before
I went
he
along with
turned
it my
in
first
one.
time. This time I'm not. How could you have coordinated all this from in here?
It wasn't easy. But the beauty of being loathed is that people will do with it. They wanted to pretend I didn't exist. And so I used their blind eye to my advantage.
Okay.
Still, establishing a back channel to Orleans via the UC recovery teams was painstaking work. They believed they were luring in wanted criminals, but were in fact delivering precisely encoded slates, filled with instructions invisible to any but their recipient, dropped off at just the right moments to fall into the proper hands. All without the UC realizing whom you were actually dealing with. Slow work. But as you can see, ultimately effective.
You must think you're very clever.
Captain, please. You've benefited here as much as I have. Maybe more. It's why
I think the only way you don't get ads on YouTube, Arthur, is if you are a YouTube Premium subscriber.
all those years ago. I went to great lengths to ensure your and Hadrian's success. And look at the results. Isn't that preferable to languishing away in obscurity? With only the vague hopes of perhaps earning the right.
If you're waiting for me to say thank you, we're going to be here a while. Yeah, if you're getting YouTube ads, the only way to get rid of those is to go YouTube Premium. Which has nothing to do with me. That's a top-level YouTube thing.
The Terramorphs. I'm simply requesting one more life be protected. Mine. I've already sent along the evidence of
In a perfect world, it would work like Twitch, where if you are a subscriber to my channel, you don't get any ads. Because that's the way it works on Twitch. Those of you who are watching on Twitch right now, you're going to get ads randomly, just like the people on YouTube. But on Twitch, if you subscribe, you don't get ads, which directly supports me and gives you an ad-free experience. Doesn't quite work the same way on YouTube. I do get a percentage of YouTube Premium, Arthur, but it's not as direct as it is with Twitch. So on YouTube, everybody who's a content creator on YouTube, the money that we make from ad revenue, we all earn a percentage of the YouTube Premium revenue pool. So all the money that YouTube Premium brings in, if you are a content creator creating content on YouTube and earning money on YouTube, you get a percentage of the YouTube Premium pool. It's not a big percentage, but it does add up. And it's entirely based on, like, the more traffic you have, the more of that percentage you get. All right, I hope you've enjoyed this talk, because once I tell the cabinet, it'll probably be your last.
Continue whenever you like. That is a pity, Captain. But I'm in no position to negotiate. Though we needn't be enemies, you and I. Just think about the opportunity I've provided here.
All right. I need to go speak to Hadrian and Percival. Yep, Twitch has... Oh, wow. I didn't know that, Bubblonia. Twitch has a premium option as well, which cuts out ads on all streams, not just the streamers you support. Did not know that. That's cool to know.
Did you need something? Yes, good. Let's go.
Okay.
If you have the time, I wish to speak to you.
Oh, she's ready to talk to me again.
What did you need?
Hold that thought, guys. I was checking the weather, and it looks like she's ready to talk. Yeah, we got rain in about 2 to 3 hours, so we'll see how we'll see how everything goes today. All right. Arthur Hawkcamp just joined the channel as a member over on YouTube. Thanks so much for the support, Arthur. I need to look into it more, Bubblonia. I'm sure there are things in the affiliate like revenue because there's a whole bunch of ways that I earn money on Twitch, and I'll be honest, I don't look at them as in depth as I do on YouTube, because on YouTube that's where I'm making, like, 85-90% of my revenue. Twitch is growing, but I haven't looked too deeply at how that's all broken down, because they have like tiered subscriptions too, based on where the person is subscribing from. So if they're from like the United States or Canada, it's like a tier 1 subscription, but if they're from, like, I don't know, Bulgaria, it's like a tier 3 subscription. So I get different shares of those. And then there's like the really cool thing on Twitch is that they have a tiered structure where the more subscribers I have, the more of a percentage I get. So if I'm not mistaken, like the base is like 50%, but then as you go up, they match YouTube essentially, where you're getting 70% of the revenue, but it's based on how many subscribers you have. So it's very much structured in a way that the better you do on Twitch, the more money you earn from all the things on Twitch, which is a really cool way to do it. For me, I think it's a cool way. Arthur says you're the first person I've ever subscribed to, so be gentle. Okay, welcome to that. Thanks, Hockey, for subscribing over on Twitch. Thanks for the support, guys. Brandon says, big fan of your streams. Keep it real. You keep it real, and that means a lot. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the kind words. All right, I need to quick save here, get it, guys, because we got to down a Paramore and talk to Andreja, and I'm pretty sure, fingers crossed, this should be the one that pushes us over the edge with her.
It has been a relief to be honest with you about my past. I appreciate your willingness to listen. But talking about this, remembering all the...
All right, I'm here for you if you need someone to listen.
Thank you. That means a great deal to me. I have told you that I spent many years coordinating with smugglers along the edges of the settled systems. There were men and women I worked alongside.
Okay, this is it.
It describes the people of how, in exchange, he...
Sounds surprised.
Yes, very. You must understand.
Brandon asks, what were your opinions of the base game of Starfield? I think I gave it like a... I'd have to go back and watch my final review from last year. But I think I gave it like a... like an 8, 7.5, and 7.5 or an 8 out of 10. And then when they released the March or the May, was it the May patch? The May 15th patch this last year, just this year, when they added like aim assist and 60 frame mode on the Xbox and all the survival options and the new maps, I went up to like an 8.5. I was like, now it's an 8.5. Then they added the rover and I went, okay, it's a 9. Like the base game for me is like a 9. What the handful of things I would change that keep it from being a 10 are absolutely some of the same complaints that other people share. There's too many loading screens for sure. They need to change that with their next iteration. And there are still performance issues for sure. Maybe not so much if you're running like a high-end PC, but like the Xbox, even the base game running on visual mode and you're targeting 60, anytime you hit like
I lost your interest?
New Atlantis, there's a frame drop. Driving the rover around in the forests is sometimes like really bad performance. Like, it's like noticeably you're dipping down into the single digits whenever you swing around and it's trying to load all the trees at once. Like there are some performance issues that need to be fixed and, a little bit of jank here and there. If they could get all that working out, I would give it a 10 out of 10, but they haven't done it yet. But with the addition of the rover, it took the base game it's like a 9 out of 10 for me. I think it's a great game. The 1,000 Planets thing for me, even though they are procedural, what I appreciate about it is that it gives them an infinite space almost for the purposes of, infinite. It gives them an infinite space to expand the game
since it is much needed.
Here's a new DLC that's set over in this star system. Like we've already got the system is already in the game, the planet's already there, but now we can go in on that planet and we can do handcrafted locations. We can do handcrafted POIs and install those on existing procedurally based planets. So it's a really cool way to blend and expand the game. And the other, which are the mods, this is the other thing that people are talking about in chat right now. The other thing about the 1,000 Planets is that what Bethesda has done is just opened up this huge universe for people with the mods to go in and do whatever they want. And that's a cool thing. And I'm not in the camp of like mods make it better. Like Bethesda's base game is absolute shit, and the only way to make it better is to use mods. That's not how I look at it. I look at it as here's a way to customize your experience and to do something like you can have your own version of Starfield, and you can create that unique version with mods. I think I look at it that way. With mods, will mods help performance? I don't know. I don't play with mods, so I can't speak to that. And yes, Babylonia, yes, there are some quests that have some tropey dialogue here and there.
It's not something I have much. It was so sudden. There was barely, I believe, my Aaron Bascom.
If they're half as strong as you, they've gotten by.
I have no doubt. In my time getting my connection, I need to finally pursue it.
I would do anything for you, Andreja.
Thank you. That is... I'm sorry, I am not used to someone... I am not sure.
She now considers me a friend. She's now inadmissible, divided loyalties. We are almost there, everybody. We're literally almost there. We're going to finish this. We're finishing the UC storyline. We're going to do divided loyalties, and then we're on to Shattered Space. I would say within the hour, we're going to be there, guys. Here we go. All right. So Babylonia wanted to see this. I want to see this. I haven't seen this. Brandon says, looking forward to your streams and videos on Dragon Age the Veilguard. Oh, we are almost there. We are almost to Dragon Age the Veilguard.
Perfect timing. We just got in. So on our end, good news. The microbe and the Asylees are both as effective against heat leeches as they are against terramorphs.
Nice.
Means either plan should work for clearing those critters off our worlds.
Considering what the Lazarus plant is capable of, I don't think we can deal with those things fast enough. I already sent along info to the cabinet to get them up to speed. So what about your end? Did you find anything? Did my father tell you what he knew about the Lazarus plant?
Oh yeah, he confessed.
I knew it. The second I heard that recording, I knew. Why? Did he say why he did it?
He made plenty of grand claims, but deep down he wanted revenge.
Killed all those people because of a chip on his shoulder and an obsession with his own status. That sounds like Vivictus. Well, once we inform the cabinet, they can ensure he won't be able to do anything like this ever again.
He deserves punishment.
Exactly. Bring justice to everyone he's hurt. So I guess that gives us our final answer. Nothing left to do but head in and see what the cabinet thinks of it all.
Oh yeah.
Unless there was more to discuss. This might be our last opportunity to talk things through before the cabinet weighs in on a decision regarding the terramorphs.
Let's see here. Nothing else on my end. Let's head in.
Here we go.
What's up, James? I'm gonna do another quick save here just to be on the safe side, guys. Wait for everybody to assemble.
Welcome back, all of you. I wish we were meeting under better circumstances. But according to Hadrian's report, and the second one I just received, it seems the Terramorph attack on New Atlantis was no random occurrence, but a planned strike. Is what I'm reading here true?
It was a deliberate attack. Yes, but don't you worry. We found the culprit.
The second report claims to know the perpetrator as well. Did Reginald Orlays actually commit these attacks, Captain?
No, he did not.
Orlays.
That report isn't the whole truth. Orlays helped, but Victus organized the attacks. Actually, you know what? Hadrian, I think you should tell them.
Well, ma'am, it seems your report is incorrect. Francois Sanon was responsible for the attacks.
He did what?
That's impossible. He doesn't have the kind of access to...
Clearly, he made his own access, Chief Sarkin. Madam President, I have been saying for years that not dealing with that man was going to end in tragedy.
Enough! I hope everyone here understands that what has just been shared is a state secret of the highest order. This information does not leave this room. Now, that's quite the accusation your group is leveling. Seeing as Francois Sanon has not left containment for the better part of 2 decades. You have evidence to back this up?
Uh-huh. Here's the emergency recorder snippet.
It just transformed.
This is great.
A terramorph out of thin air. An invisible weapon. No planet would be safe.
Heavens help us. Is that actually him?
I'd know that voice anywhere. That's Francois.
He knew they could do this. And said nothing.
He's a sociopath. Plain and simple, ma'am.
Officer, please collect that recording.
Oh, they're going to try to take the evidence from me?
Begging your pardon, Captain.
We'll, of course, be launching a full investigation into how this could have happened.
Oh, I don't believe you for a
Though
minute.
I have little doubt the Admiral will be quick to share all he knows on the subject once confronted with that recording. Chief Yassine, can you send one of your interrogators to have a little chat with the Admiral?
I'll issue the order immediately.
Interrogations. We'll see if they actually
Combined
follow
with everything
through.
else you all have uncovered. Well, I don't think the United Colonies can thank you enough. We failed the people of the colonies by not dealing with Victus sooner. I intend to rectify that mistake immediately.
Hang on, I need to make sure that I have the spelling correct. I do. Okay, good. The world would be better off without Victus in it. Yeah, good. The world would be better off without Victus in it.
I'm inclined to agree, Captain. Now, with our villain unmasked, we can attend to the other matters at hand. With the threads you've brought together here, the Lazarus plant, the attacks, the heat leeches, the 3 of you have likely spared thousands of lives. But it now falls to the Cabinet to ensure this can never happen again. As such, the Cabinet will be securing the Lazarus plant on Londinian. All materials related to the plant will be classified to ensure no one else learns its true nature.
A sound decision, Madam President.
No, I don't agree. The other faction should be involved in securing the Lazarus plant. Yep.
Tell the Freestar Collective. Wow. So they have another tool to utilize against us?
I'm in agreement. I fail to see the value here.
Yeah, the UC doesn't exactly have the best track record. This would ensure good behavior from both sides.
A show of good faith now would display a willingness to change.
Andreja was
It would
happy
be seen
with
as
that.
a sign that the
Nice.
secrecy and deception is behind you.
That is an interesting idea. A grand gesture, showing definitively this cabinet doesn't think like those of the
Brandon
past.
asked, did I play Spider-Man on the PS5? Not the most
You
recent
want
one.
us to
I think
make
the
nice
the
with
last one I played was on the
collective by
PS4
sharing
like
our state secrets?
4 years ago or something.
No, I want us to display plainly the UC's actual intentions, that the plant will never be used as a weapon again.
That does sound worthwhile, Chief Kulkarni.
Yeah, I'm playing on the Xbox.
Very well.
Somebody had asked that question.
We'll get the collective involved in the management. Thank you for the suggestion, Captain. So then, to our final topic. The Cabinet has agreed to implement a plan that will deal with the Terramorph, and now also Heat Leech presence on human worlds. In fact, we've already begun enacting measures to check all UC ports and settlements for undiscovered nests. But we all understand this is only a partial solution. The project we're embarking on will be a long and difficult one. So our first step must be deciding how exactly this all will be handled.
Madam President, this microbe is clearly too much of a risk. The
Did I know
Assyrians
that
are
there
the
are weapons
safer
in this building
approach.
you can steal?
Someone
Nope.
with limited knowledge of biology,
I haven't ever
perhaps? The
done a
technology
thief
behind the
character, so.
microbe is solved science, Madam President. It isn't dangerous. Using it to wipe out the Terramorphs would be the quickest path to protecting humanity.
And fast results always lead to the best outcomes, don't they?
As you can see, there remains debate among the cabinet. We were hoping your group might issue a recommendation. Major?
We've had a few discussions, but our group is similarly split. Only the captain has yet to weigh in.
I see.
I love her eyes, guys.
Captain,
Like, she's got
I
these
know
really
this may
cool
not be your area of
orange-brown
expertise,
eyes.
but we'd like to know your take on the matter.
You should use the Asiles.
I'm in full agreement. No need be delving into unpredictable sciences.
The first step in a bold new future.
Aceless?
Bolder, better, and brighter.
Aceless?
Well, I need to write that one down for later.
Order, please. And Major Sinan? Dr. Walker, you'd find this acceptable?
We trust the captain's judgment.
Thank you.
Then the matter is settled. We'll begin the process immediately. Today marks day one for the United Colonies Terramorph Management Division.
Terramorph Management Division.
Making you three the
We need a
founding
theme
members
song, guys,
of the
and
TMD.
t-shirts.
As befits such a group, the cabinet wanted
already
to
got
display its gratitude.
Pretty good fan club back on my ship.
Today,
But
we will be adding 3 new Class 1 citizens to our ranks.
so she's gonna go ahead and give her
Class
citizenship. That's
For
awesome.
the 3 of us? Are you joking?
What he means to say is, thank you, ma'am.
Oh, yeah.
I think
yeah.
that's what you were looking for,
Thank you,
Bubbleonia,
ma'am.
was to see how it would affect her her citizenship. All right, thank you, Madam President.
You all have earned it. Now, there's much to be done. Major Sinan, Dr. Walker, I hope you two are willing to continue your efforts, spearheading the TMD's research on Mars.
We'd be honored, ma'am.
As for you, Captain, the Vanguard will be providing much of the on-the-ground support for the TMD. As a member of both the Vanguard and the TMD, I believe you'll have your pick of duties. Speak to your commander, Tuala, if I recall correctly. He should be able to provide you with assignments going forward, plus help you collect the benefits that come with being named Class 1.
That's Class
On behalf
1.
of the whole of the United
I
Colonies,
am special.
you have our sincerest gratitude. This meeting is adjourned.
All right. Well, that was cool. That's definitely different than the way I did it the first time. So she got her citizenship. We all got our citizenship. And then we have essentially wrapped up everything we need to do with that quest, and I got my faction stuff with Andreja finished up, so we're going to go do that right now, and then we're going to go off and do our second playthrough of Shattered Space. Let me timestamp this, because this is the... I'm going to clip this out for YouTube. This will probably be called, I'll probably call it Telling the Truth to the Council about Ve Victus or something like that, to have that documented on YouTube, because I think that was a cool little outcome that was extra. All right, let's go turn into Tuala, and then we're off to do Andreja's quest.
How you liking that laser gun?
She like that laser gun. Pew pew pew. Dude, that's awesome. Well, that's about what I estimated this morning. I figured it would take about an hour. We're an hour and 10 minutes in, so we've got it.
Informed us of your new status. Congratulations on making Class 1.
Well, well, I've got to say, this is a first.
All right, thank you, Commander.
No need to thank me. I've already gone ahead, and the credits should be... But to get into your penthouse, you'll have to pay...
Glad to see the UC give credit where credit's due.
Higher-ups wanted to make sure... But, with all that square, there are your standard Vanguard missions. Or you could help the TMD and clean... Oh, and I got a request from Dr. Walker. Want any of those missions call to you?
Yeah, Terramorphs. Why not? I'm not going to do it right now, but...
Any chance to bag some bugs, right? Okay. These coordinates should get you to your first target.
Out of curiosity, you can load up on different missions. I think. Alright. Well, we can ignore all of these because we are now going straight to Andreja. Hang on, is that classified as a main quest now? Divided loyalties, there it is. Yeah, Dribum, I remember in 1999, I bought a PC to play EverQuest. And it cost me, in dollars at the time, it was like...
It is a testament to...
$2,700, $2,800. It was like $3,000, like almost $3,000. And that was in 1999 dollars. I don't even know what that would be worth adjusted for inflation. Probably double that. And yeah, no graphics cards. Did you buy chicharron?
How are things going?
Guys, Chris just was it. Usually they have it on Sundays. So this is fresh chicharron from the butcher shop down the street. So they get a pig about once a week. They usually do it on Sundays. They're doing it on Saturdays today. Can't really show it. So Chris likes it when it has like still meat on it and stuff. I like. Can you break me off a piece? I can't. Can you break me off? ¿Puedes darme una pieza, por favor? Sí. Uno. Una pieza, por favor. ¿Puedes darme una pieza? No, una piecita.
Dime, está muy grande.
Sí, es muy grande. Guys, my mouth is watering. Alright, thank you. You can take that. It's going to be super crunchy, and I'm not going to apologize for this. Hmm? Okay, yeah, sure. Oh, bam. You don't know unless you know. I'm not apologizing for the crunch, everybody. Thank you. And with fresh, hot tortillas. Ay, ay, ay. Damn, it feels good to be a Mexican. It's fried pigskin. And like Christina likes the pieces that still have like a bunch of the meat still attached. Oh, Alright, I am going to mute my mic for the rest of this because it will be way too crunchy for the whole time. I just wanted to be a dick. What else did you buy? She went to buy ground beef, and they had it. Usually they don't have this until Sunday mornings. Yeah, pork scratchings is another term I've heard used before. Yeah, pork scratchings. All right. That's how you know your wife loves you. Tasty, tasty stuff. What was a nice treat? We don't do chicharron very often. Maybe once a month. It's really greasy and fatty, but it's so delicious.
On a job. For you and a couple buddies.
He is not here. I am disappointed, but relieved somehow?
Someone got stabbed last night, but nobody got hit in the face.
Huh. You're right. Someone here must... yes, Aggies. I have spent far too much time here. I do not recommend it.
I wonder if we should
I'm
have
busy.
a tooth
Leave me alone.
Looking
lost
for
and
Aaron
found.
Bascom.
You ain't here. She is.
Hello, Aggie. I was unsure whether you would remember
Pork
me.
scratchings and a pint?
It has been a long time.
I don't know that I
ain't
would
likely
enjoy
to
it with
forget
beer.
you anytime soon.
It might depend on what kind of beer. That sounds like an interesting combination. I've mostly ever eaten it with breakfast. I totally have crumbs all over my shirt. I'm gonna have to step outside the office and do that. Otherwise, I'm gonna start looking like Asmongold. I don't think I've ever tried it with beer.
I heard you, ain't that? She didn't ruin Aaron's life enough.
Ruined his life?
Did she tell you what she did?
It's not how it happened.
No. Were you? Aaron sat in that. The few credits he wouldn't trust anyone that walked through the door. Only ever talked to me when he was drunk enough.
Yeah, these are from the butcher shop. So he gets a whole pork in on Saturdays or Sundays, and him and his family, he's got a couple of sons. They cut it all up, and they cut it into, portions, like 6 to 8 inch portions, and then they have a big ass vat of manteca, which is pork lard. They set it on top of a propane burner outside on the street front, and then they sit there with a big wooden ladle that's about 6 foot long, and they stand there and they just stir it, and they cook this big, I mean, it's a big old vat, that's probably 4 foot around, maybe 2 foot deep, filled with pork fat that's boiling, and then they just fry it up. Dude, it smells so good.
If either of you care, Aaron ain't been in here for
I
almost
love
a
it with
year
coffee.
now.
I don't have
Showed
coffee
up
right now. I'm
one
gonna
day
have to go get some
saying
more
he'd
coffee.
gone and got himself. It was the closest I'd seen him to have.
Did he ever mention?
You mean, did he blame you? I know guilt when I see.
Fine. Did he?
No. Believe
They're a
you were one
staple
of the
pub
good
snack
ones,
in the UK.
right up
I
until
had
the
no
last time I
idea.
talked to him. Me?
That's interesting.
I don't think you're.
And like here, yeah, like in the United States, you can buy them in a
My
bag,
kind?
and they're like maybe
I know
2
what
inches.
You take your
little
holier than thou
pieces.
bullshit and your great servant.
And you can buy them in
and
a
shove
bag here. If you go to the grocery
You
store or
dare
the
insult
local
me like
corner
this
store, you can
when I
find
have
them in a
come to
bag.
you
But it's
asking
like
for
the
help.
processed ones that they
I
sell,
should kill you where
like
you stand.
chips. I think you guys call them crisps in the UK. So it's like the same companies who sell crisps and chips. They'll sell pork crackling, pork scratchings, chicharron in a bag. Yeah, excuse me, exactly. A small bag of chips. And, yeah. Either way, they're good. But the fresh ones are different because they do come with like I said, you go down there, and when they're cooked, they have a big container of them, and you go in with a pair of tongs and you pick the one you want. Dude, when they are fresh out of the oil, it's amazing. Or fresh out of the vat. And but I like it crunchy. I don't like the extra meat. Chris likes the extra meat. I just want the crunchy bits.
Was there more?
And the thing is, when you get it like Chris likes with the meat, like that meat is so, it's just pure fat because it's saturated with the pig fat that it was cooked in. You can literally squeeze it and it'll just drip out. I mean, it's an experience. She doesn't eat the whole thing. She'll eat a few bites of it, and then what she does is she saves the rest, chops it up into cubes, and the next pot of beans she makes, she'll chuck in all the remains, and your next pot of beans, it now becomes pork and beans. So it has that flavor of the chicharron in the beans that you're cooking. So it's good stuff, man.
You're right. We should focus.
Well, this is... You see Aaron, you tell him I got a bottle of his favorite stuff.
All right, Andreja.
We have something to go on, at least. I am...
She's feeling the loss too. Aaron must have been a good friend.
Yes. I had not... I'm eager to reach Hyla too.
All right.
We will speak again.
I will be right back, everybody. I definitely need to go take care of my crumb-filled shirt.
Assuming all systems are nominal, we are ready to depart.
Well, that was a nice surprise for my wife. Unexpected. We haven't done chicharron in a few weeks. Aaron's camp. Are we suddenly not tracking the quest? And we already had breakfast. Which, by the way, Chris made a spinach, celery. It was like a spinach cream soup that she made a few days ago, but we've been eating on it for like 4 days, and I swear to God, it got better every single day. Finally finished it off today. We had it in different combinations for like 4 days. So today, she fried up a couple of eggs. So we had the spinach cream base with 2 fried eggs on top, and then queso fresco on top of that with, she had with tortillas, and I had it with toast and coffee. Dude, that was a legit breakfast this morning.
Let us see what wonders of life this planet hosts.
All right, let's talk to
We
Reja.
should be on our guard here. When we arrive.
I'll let you do the talking.
Thank you.
Hang on, how far away is he? Yeah, let's just hoof it. I don't want to try to drive through the trees. It's a pain in the ass driving that rover. It's also a pain in the ass running when you get caught on colliders. Bethesda jank! Oh, I need to get... Oops. You can run, but you can't hide. Shotty to the face. Shotty to the neck.
Destroy them.
Hi there.
They should have fought harder. Abilities are
Howdy. Stay down. Dun, 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 dun. Where did she go?
I thought I saw something. I need to be sure.
Yep. That sounds interesting, Dribrum.
I don't know what to say. I thought there would be a chance to speak to him.
Joel must.
To to make amends.
So it's a Christmas drink?
Or at least to hear him
Fermented
curse
fruit
me for
juice?
leaving
Or
him. I was
almost
prepared to
fermented fruit
accept
juice?
that. I did not think I would find him like this. At least these vermin didn't get him. It's been gone for... Well, clearly it's been some time. Look around. There will be correspondence from Jada Wong. I am sure of it. This cannot all be for nothing. It is a relief to know that the Terramorphs are being dealt with. But are you sure this...
Slow and steady wins the race.
I can understand that this decision means...
I see your point. Maybe you're right.
It is too soon to know. And I must say, I find it curious that you would agree keeping... I do not think some potential... At least the Freestar Collective will also...
It's
know
kind of like a
its
root beer?
existence.
Okay.
Otherwise, well, it is good to know that this particular...
I didn't like root beer until I got into my adult life. When I was a kid, I did not care for it. Then I became an adult and I was like, good root beer is really, really good. There was a place I used to work when I was in my late teens. It's one of the few jobs I held outside of construction, and it was only for like a summer. There was this like 50s diner in Greeley, Colorado that I flipped burgers at, and it was a family-owned place that this old man had founded in like the 1950s, and he was still working there when I was there. He was like 80 years old, but he made his root beer from scratch every single day. He had these big like aluminum, or not aluminum, stainless steel, like these big stainless steel vats, and he had his own mixture of root beer syrup, and every single day at the start of the like 3 o'clock in the morning he'd be in there. And they also butchered all their own beef and made all their own hamburgers. So they had their own cows, and then they had their own butcher who was full-time employed by the restaurant, and he had his own meat cutting place down in the basement of the restaurant where he would go down there and he would just literally fresh cut hamburger every single day, and steaks, everything else. That place is a badass restaurant. I have no idea if it's still around. They had great burgers, steak sandwiches, chicken gizzards.
You found something.
Chicken livers.
Please, let me see it.
They did all sorts of yummy
I
stuff.
should have guessed. Jada was always the one to run towards trouble. Of course she would still be doing it now. In her own way.
Alright, here we go, guys. She must be pretty determined.
She has been for as long. Jada was younger. As time went on, she was... We need to... I've discovered something else. Aaron was composing a reply to Jada. It reads as if he was expecting the Zealots to find him.
He said he'd been scared for years. Maybe that's what it is.
His fears were well-founded. What bothers me, though, is that he mentions a name he should not know. Tomisar Kadik.
Alright, here we go. This is stuff that's going to lead us into Shattered Space. I'm very interested to see how this all pans out. It's a name I don't know.
Nor should you. For all of my assignments...
Where is
in the
Colorado,
settled
Arthur? It's in the
systems,
middle of the United States.
Tomisar has been my link to House
It's a
Baroon.
mountainous state.
From him, I have received my orders, and he is the person to... He does not work with anyone out. Aaron should...
So if you know where he is, let's go ask him what's going on.
It is hardly... We must first make sure that Jade... Let us head for the den.
Oh, well, I didn't understand your question then. Because your question is, where is that place, Colorado? I thought you were asking, where is Colorado? The place was called, the town was called Greeley, Colorado. I'm trying to remember the name of the restaurant now. JB's Diner. Now I'm going to go look to see if it's still there. JB's. Yep, it's still around. JB's Drive-In. Oh, hang on. says they closed in 2021. I don't know if it's still. No, that's. Hang on, I'm looking it up now. At the time, I think that might have been because of the pandemic. Huh. I don't know if it's actually. Well, it was a drive-in diner, so you could drive there, but they also had inside seating, so you could drive. Yeah, they had a drive-in on the outside, and they used to have like roller skates to bring the food to your table and everything else. But they also had a diner inside. So this was in 2001, and I guess there was a bunch of health issues with the son who was running the restaurant, and then the mom who used to work there with the dad. So this is at the time. This was published in 2021. The restaurant was 84 years old. Um, Now I'm looking this up. Oh wow, I didn't even remember this. So the restaurant was actually founded by the old man's father. I have no idea. Yeah, I think they legit closed in 2021 and haven't opened up back up again. I'll be damned. I had no clue. I haven't been back in years and years and years. They've been shut down since then. I will say they had some of the best, like that's where I never had chicken gizzards before until I worked there, and then I learned what chicken gizzards were, and I was like, these are really good. Like fried chicken livers, fried chicken gizzards. They had these amazing curly fries. I just remember the hamburgers were badass. Oh, dude, I'm starving right now, and I just had chicharron, but I'm still like, I could still eat. Hang on, I gotta answer a couple comments over on YouTube, and then we're gonna keep going here. I got some bitchy little trolls. My go-to response right now: you and I are clearly playing different games. That's my number one response to anyone who tries to troll Starfield. I'm just like, you and I are playing different games. It's literally what it comes down to. Dun, 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 dun. I see way too many people bitching about the $30 price tag, and I gotta say that a bunch of people out there are just cheap. $30 is the standard price for a DLC.
Now that we are here,
it's so ridiculous that people are like,
it should only
cost $5. It should only cost $7. It costs, just for Chris and I to go to the movies, it's like 30. Even here in Mexico, it's like $30 for us to go see the movies. Like if we go to the VIP, and I won't go to like a normal theater. I can't stand normal movie theaters. If I'm gonna go see the movies, I want the VIP. I want to be able to choose my seat. I want to be able to order food. I want to have the nice reclining chair. I want to have food brought to me. I want to have a nice, theater experience. So I'm gonna spend the extra, if I go to the theater, it'll be $30, and you're in and out in 2 hours. So it's like, for $30, I get 40 hours, 50 hours of entertainment. I mean, for a value proposition, Jesus. Yeah, Bubbleonia. Burgers, fries, and shakes at Five Guys for a family of 3 is $60. Speaking of No Man's Sky, Sky Kane, we're back tomorrow morning, 5 a.m., guys.
Either she is here.
Our weekly No Man's Sky stream returns every Sunday morning at 5 a.m. Central. 5 a.m. Mountain, sorry. And we're going to be starting the new base on the ice planet tomorrow. So that's the next objective, is the base building. Got to build our second
if you're ever in
base.
New Atlantis, mind putting in a good word for me? My messages to SSN are getting through.
We should be grateful for the sacrifices made by our military, not embarrassed by them.
It
Hey
would
there.
seem more
Ain't
prudent
seen
that
you
the
before.
UC simply shut
What
down
brings
this
you to the
entire
den?
station, rather than allow it to endure in this state.
Ah, man with a purpose. Good, I like that. Don't worry, I won't ask questions.
Yeah, Dribom, you
I
can't.
know well as anyone that
No one can
secrets
compare
must
an
stay
$8 game on Steam
Well, you're
developed by an
welcome
indie
here,
dev
so long
to
as I
a
don't hear you disrespecting the United
AAA
Colonies
title
military.
released by a team of
You got a
hundreds.
problem with our history or our heroes?
I hear so many people
You
like,
can
yeah,
find
but
somewhere
I
else and
got
get
way
yourself a
more,
drink. Clear?
way more value. This is what some people will try to argue, and it's like, well, value, that's a subjective thing. Like, but comparatively speaking, you literally cannot. It's like trying to compare. I've used this example before. It's trying to compare the craft IPA that's made by this guy behind, in his garage, that he makes with his brother, and that craft IPA costs $15 a bottle. Or you can go buy, there's lots of different ways to buy beer and lots of different qualities of beer, and there's usually craft costs
Lots of
more
history
than
here.
commercial. Usually,
I need to think about
not
that.
always. But when you can find something where it's the same or whatever, it's brilliant.
That's all. Vanguard pilot. You could always ask the other. I do happen to offer services.
Because there are some great games on like GOG, Steam, Epic that are developed by one-man teams, and they only charge like $10 for it. But the problem is when people try to equivalate that out to everything, and they're like, everything should cost $7.
Then I will tell you in our little transaction. Long live the UC.
I think the biggest, as someone who has released creative content into the wild to be sold for a profit, I get a little bit triggered by people who try to want everything for free and who bitch about prices of content. Because my brother and I got slammed when we released our tabletop rule book for I think we have it priced at $29 or $30, whatever, for the PDF, and the hardback is $50. And there was so many people like, but I can get the D&D Player's Handbook for $35 on Amazon. How the fuck do you get off trying to charge $50 for yours when yours is half the size of the D&D book? And I'm like, because of the man hours that went into it, and I had to pay a shitload of money for print on demand. Like, I'm not getting the books printed for $3 a pop like Wizards of the Coast is. I'm paying $28 a pop to get those books produced. So if I'm paying $28 to produce a hardback book, you're goddamn right I'm going to charge $50 for it because I need to make a profit. So it's like, if it's costing $30 to print something, I need to have something in there to cushion my blood, sweat, and tears, because I spent 3 years working on that. So I have 3 years of time. My brother has 3 years of time. My wife has 3 years of time. Our contractors have the costs that they're in that for, all the artwork that I had to pay for. Like, there was a lot of money and time that went into producing that tabletop book, and all the, everything that went in there to creating the rule set and the modules and the play testing and everything else. Like, you're wanting me to give it to you for a $2 profit? Fuck off. Like, seriously, fuck right off. I clicked board again because I got excited, guys. Triggered! Triggered! Publina says, same people want top dollar for whatever it is they do for a living, but they want everyone else to produce things for them for peanuts. Yeah, it's messed up. I think musicians, artists, any artist out there, musicians, painters, writers, you name it, creative people deserve to get paid. Like,
But Bethesda's a big Bethesda's a big billion-dollar corporation, and they shouldn't be charging so much money. Meh.
You're what? You have got to be kidding. Shit.
here we go. We got ships to blow up. Woo! Now this is pod racing. Ah!
Taking damage. We're clear. And I'm sure not going anywhere for a while. So why don't you tell me what the hell you think you're doing, showing up here now?
I want to check out and make sure you're okay.
We're talking, which means I'm... Look, you want to explain yourself? But I'm gonna be armed.
Yep. Where's her ship at? Ah! I think just about every time I've released a book, I've had to deal with somebody telling me that they could get, well, I could get the latest Harry Potter book for half price. So go buy the Harry Potter book for half price. J.K. Rowling works with a publisher. They sell millions of copies of books. They can afford to sell their books for $3.99 or $2.99 or whatever. Like, I have to charge $9.99 because I need to make a profit for the time I invested to write that book, to edit that book, to pay the artist who did the artwork for that book, and all the time it takes me to market my book. So it's like, and I still only make pennies on my book sales, which is fine. But at the same time, it's like, if I didn't charge $9.99 for a digital book, I wouldn't even make pennies. It's crazy. So here's a perfect example. So I just bought this book. It's not even a book. It's a novella. It's a very thin, it's a very thin novella from my buddy Liam, who published this recently. We've promoted this a couple times on stream. I think I paid. I think he has it for sale for like $8 or something like that on. Does it say here? I don't think it says how much it costs. I think it's like $7 or $8 on Amazon for this, for that. And people will look at the thickness of this and go, "That's not worth That's not worth $8," because I can buy the latest Brandon Sanderson novel, which is 457 million pages long and it's this thick. It's like 20 of these for the same price. You cannot compare that. But also, it's like, it cost me $8 for this, but it cost me $10 to get it shipped to my house. So I paid more in shipping than I did to buy the book. And I mostly just bought it, because I already have the digital version, but I bought this to support him, because he's supported me and he's bought all of my books. But artistic endeavors deserve to be paid for. Like, if you're someone who wants all your shit for free, I'm going to say it right now, and this is probably controversial, you're kind of a shitty human being. Like, we all want good deals, but, everything shouldn't be free. Are you kidding me? People deserve to be compensated for their labor at the very least. Exactly, Babylonia. Charge him, man.
How can you possibly show your
I think
face?
one of the last consultations I did a white paper for a travel company out of California on how to work with influencers and help them set up their influencer campaign. I charged them $15,000, and it was about 2 months worth of work for me and the person I was working with, who was alongside me on that project. So I was getting very fairly compensated for
never-
that project.
I was not
and it was
behind that.
only one of like
It
6
was
different things we
zealots
were
who
doing
know
at the
that
time.
we were all attacked.
And I remember
Don't bullshit me. Not now.
one of the heads of their company,
Who
like
the
the
hell are
president
you?
of their
Her
company,
backup dancer?
tried to get us to do it for like $7,000. And it was like, I just literally told him during the meeting, I was like, no thanks, we're good. And I got up to leave. And he was like, all right, all right, all right. And I was like, no, it's not all right. Like, you're wanting me to do it for half, less than half. And I'm giving you like, that was the friend rate because he was associated with another group of companies that I was working with. And it's like, I should be charging you $30,000 for this. The way I've always approached consultations is I want 30% whatever it is that you're trying to make. So if you're trying to increase your sales by $100,000 this year, I want 30% of that. If I'm the one getting you to those 100,000 sales, to that $100,000 in sales, I deserve 30% of that because I'm the one who came up with the strategy that's going to get you the $100,000. 30 grand is a fair price for my time to get you to the point where you wouldn't have even been were it not for me. And consultation has always been, I did consulting for about a decade. And way too many people think that your stuff should be free. And it's like, you're just giving me advice. And it's like, no, it's way more than advice, honey. It's way more than advice. I'm teaching you how to take your business to the next level, and you couldn't do it on your own. That's why you hired me. So there shouldn't be any whiffly waffling on the price because you wouldn't be there if it weren't for me. And that's not arrogance, it's just fact.
Yeah? Well, we're talking. How do you think that's going so far? What are you doing here with her? You don't...
Andreja was worried about you.
worried?
What are you talking about?
You know, told myself, and then I found...
That's not true.
Oh, it is.
How?
You don't get to demand anything of me.
Convince us with your proof.
A name, Jada. Give me a name.
Tomasar. Tomasar Kadik.
And did you hear this from
Aaron? What?
Jada? I swear...
I am not giving up on this. You want your proof? Well, they...
You think you've won, do you?
That's him! That's the bastard responsible for the ambush! If you're not lying to me, then you better help me take him down. Otherwise, I'll just have to destroy you both. Get back to your ship.
Time to blow up some bad guys.
In the knowledge that the Great Serpent has truly blessed my ship and my crew.
I bet my ship and my crew are more blessed than your ship and your crew, Mr. Zealot Captain. How much money you want to bet?
Of our purge years ago. The awful that escaped our righteous justice.
Pathetic high council who betrayed the charge laid upon them by the Great Serpent gave you over to us to atone for their sins.
It always irks me that you escaped the fate you deserved.
I like how his dialogue keeps going even after you blow him up.
Serpent sets my mind at ease, and in his name, I will cleanse your filth from this universe.
Well, that's the thing. Dribrum says it's hard to value something based on labor. Not necessarily, because that's one of the reasons why a company like Bethesda is charging a premium for their DLCs, even when people, some people want them to be priced like an indie. Oh, I didn't mean to shoot you. They work out of California, which has like one of the highest wage costs in the United States. So they've got overhead. The taxes in California are ridiculously high. So any company operating out of California has, aren't they California or are they a Delaware? They might be a Delaware, but either way, I think I know they have a, now I'm wondering because I know they have East Coast offices too. Either way, the United States is one of the most expensive places in the world to have labor. I think we were having this conversation a couple weeks back because we had somebody in chat who was a software, like a programmer working in Europe, and they make like a third of what they make in the United States. But the cost of living is a lot different too. So making 40,000 euro in Europe is the equivalent of making 150,000 US, because of the inflation and cost of living and everything else. At the end of the day, selling a finished product is going to be reflected in the cost of the labor.
The two of you have got a lot of goddamn nerve.
Hang on, what am I supposed to do here? It's not letting me talk to her. I wonder if we have to be back on my ship to talk. There we go.
I do not understand. It cannot be possible that the High Council would betray us like that. He must have been lying.
Well, you could charge per hour if your hourly rate's high enough, Dribrom. But you're not incorrect with that. Like when I did construction, like when I did consulting, it was value-based, so I want a percentage. And before I would ever agree to anything, I would always ask the company, like, what is your goal with it? What are your income goals? Like, how much money are you trying to generate from this expansion? And that's what I base my quote off of. And they never want to give you an answer. But in construction, what I would do is you go into a project. There is a square footage component to it, which you do have to pay attention to because materials do cost per square foot. But then there's the labor. There's a bunch of stuff in there. So it's really funny when like a homeowner wants you to break down the cost. It's like, I'm not going to break down the costs for you. I'm not going to do it as a homeowner. I'm not going to break down the cost for you, because you're going to start to nitpick then as a homeowner, and you're going to say, but why does this cost this, and why does this cost this, and why does this cost this? And my answer for you is going to be, because it does. So there's the square footage cost, which is how much the materials cost me. Carpet, tile, wood, whatever the cost is, that the material. That's the cost of the material. But then there's the transportation of that material to the job site. That's a cost. That's wear and tear on my vehicle. That's the fuel that is required to get me there. It's the labor of myself and my helpers to load and unload the material. There's the skill factor of me knowing what material to get and what materials are the best, and the skill to deliver them to you in a timely fashion and not damage anything when I'm unloading and loading. Then there is the skill component of me doing the installation in the first place, my years of experience as a third generation contractor. Then there is the overall labor costs of my crew and myself. We all have an amount of money that we need to make per day to be profitable. My minimum was $500 a day. My helpers' minimums were $300 a day. That was the minimum, and this is 2005, 2006. I made good money working construction, but I have my minimums that are buried in there. Now I can break that $500 a day down into an hourly rate, but that's the minimum that I want to make. I actually want to make double that if I can, if not triple. I really want to make $1,500 a day, but I have a minimum rate. So there's all the labor and everything else, and I'm tying in the maintenance, and there's the wear and tear on my vehicle, the tires, the brakes, the pistons, the shocks, like all of these things are getting factored into me delivering the material to your house. Then this is the one that used to trip homeowners out a lot, is when you go in to do a remodel and you quote them 2 bids, and they're like, well, why is it costing me, why am I paying twice? And it's like, because you're paying for the demolition and the transportation of all the shit off your property. If I have to rent a big container to throw all the trash in, I have to worry about transportation of any hazardous materials that I might need to be deposited in a landfill that I can't throw in the dumpster. There's everything. The demolition is going to cost as much as, if not potentially more than, the installation of the new material, depending on the state of what we find when we start ripping things out of your house. Are your floorboards rotten? Am I having to be careful because you don't want your bushes damaged, or you've got stained glass windows that you don't want cracked, and my jackhammer is going to send vibrations up the wall and that could crack that window? Like, what kind of reinforcement do I have to do? Like, demolition in and of itself is a job, and so you get these homeowners who are like, well, I can't. Why is that costing $15,000 and this is $25,000? Why is it going to cost 50 grand? And it's like, because this and this and this, and you either pay it or you don't. But labor's a fun one because you can technically break everything down into an hourly wage, but when you do that, either way, people get pissed off about the cost. I had a I'm off on a tangent now, guys.
Zealots have interpreted the
A friend of
teachings
mine's
Jinan Marine in the most
spouse
hostile
wanted
way
to do a
possible,
home remodel
and are convinced
maybe 8 or
they
10
are the
years
only
ago, and she
truth.
posted it on
They have
Facebook.
always been certain in their beliefs.
And
Something about
she was
this-
upset that she was being quoted more than $7,000 for this project. And I went
I
and
know
looked
where
at the
we need
project
to
she
go.
had, and I
must explain.
sent her a
The
private
House
message, and I was like,
Baroon
look,
values
I'm not
secrecy
trying to be a dick,
above nearly all else.
but you know me.
Those of
We've
us
known each
sent
other for
out
a
into
long
the
time.
settled systems.
You know that I used to do this for a living. It's been a long time since I've done it for a living. I would not do that project for less than $35,000. And she was being quoted like $28,000 to $42,000 for the project that she wanted to be done. And she was throwing an absolute hissy fit on Facebook that she was being asked to pay more. Like all she wanted to pay was like $7,000, $8,000. It shouldn't cost that much. That's not worth that much. And I was like, I would be charging you this, and that's the friend rate. And she was like, "Are you serious?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm serious. Like that's you're not understanding what goes into these types of projects. If you're, with all due respect, yeah, $7,000 is not enough. You need to have like 30 grand."
Quiet. Maybe not forever. When we are assigned a mission, we are never given.
I
the
don't miss those
coordinates
days, by
for
the way. I
Varun
don't miss
Kai,
doing
our
construction at all.
homeworld.
Because you
We
had to fight. Every single
literally
project is a fight for
cannot
people who have the
return.
budgets.
Only a select.
I don't have the money. I don't want this. I want this to be cheaper. Meh, 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 QQQ. I don't miss that stuff at all. Sounds like you're being used.
It has been deemed necessary, but there is something. I cannot travel to my home, but
I signed on for this no matter what.
thank you. That there is an old derelict star station where I may get answers. I know that seems.
And also, this comes back around to I've had arguments with people
It
where
will become clear when we arrive.
I would charge. Let's say I did a consultation with someone and it was $3,000, right? And then you sit down with them, and an hour later they're like, "Well, why was that $3,000?" It should have been less. We only talked for an hour. Or you get someone where one of my favorites has been when a client agrees to the cost, they agree to the project, they agree to the price, and then you do it in like, let's say let's say I have a 30-day window to do the project, and I complete it in 2 days, and I charged them $10,000 for it, and I get it done in 2 days, and I deliver it to them, and they're left there sitting, and literally I have had people come back and say, "Well, there's no way that you could have done a good job in 2 days. You told me 30. So I don't think that what you just delivered is worth paying for, or worth paying that full amount." And it's like, that's not the contract we agreed to. There's nowhere in the contract that says that I have to work 30 days to produce this thing. It said I had 30 days to deliver it. I delivered it in 2. So this goes back to the logo taking 3 hours versus the logo for 10 minutes. Like, that was always a fun one to deal with, because people associate the cost of what you're charging with how many hours you're working or how long it should take, and then you do it in like a fraction of the time, and they're like, but you just charged me $10,000, and it's like, and it's the skill factor and the value factor. I don't know. There's all sorts of fun stuff that goes into me not paying attention here and clicking the wrong button. Why can I not? Oh, we have to undock. I think the coolest thing about what I do right now with YouTube is just, with YouTube and Twitch, I don't have to argue with anybody. I don't have to negotiate with anybody. It's just do my thing, and there's ad revenue. It's so nice to not have to deal with those types of interactions anymore. I mean, there still are projects where you're going to negotiate things with like sponsorships and stuff. But that's a little different. Nick just says, I don't miss it either. Retired from Caterpillar as a store manager. Every day was a hell day. Yeah, yeah. I had, God, I can't remember. It was 5 or 6 years ago. Someone tried to get me to come out of retirement to go do some, to like do marble and granite in their house. And I was like, you literally cannot pay me enough money to do that ever again. Like, I will never do it for someone else ever again. I'll never do it for money. I'll do it for myself and for my home, but I will never lift a tool for another person ever again. Those days are done. I don't miss it. I don't want to do it. It just, I put in my time on job sites from the time I was like 5 years old, mixing thin sets, sweeping floors, cutting tile, dealing with foremans and delivery issues and working all different climates and punch lists and yeah, Nick, too, if it's not a customer issue, there's an employee issue. Oh man, yeah, having employees is, that's a whole nother nightmare.
Danger for you here, likely for us both.
And if you're working construction, you're dealing with drunks and
These stations
felons
were built
and
by the United Colonies during the Serpent's Crusade.
drug addicts.
They were
and,
abandoned when peace was brokered.
they're not bad guys, but they've got bad habits, and that makes it really difficult.
Place to hide in
And the
plain
thing
sight.
about being a business owner is that there is no, you don't get to have sick days. There's no personal days. You don't get to have an emotional day because you're on the clock. Your client has paid you, the homeowner's paid you $50,000 or whatever. And if you've got an employee who doesn't show up because he's hungover or because he got in a fight with his ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend at the bar on Friday night and now he's in the hospital because he's got a broken finger, black eye,
Mind yourself.
you know, all that shit. And it's like, well, I'm fucked because I got a deadline. So now I got to work, you know, nonstop around the clock. I don't, you know, it's like now I've got to work 20 extra hours this week on top of the 100 hours I already worked, you know.
If there is something I can do, please say so.
Here, the only
Before
person
we
I
go
have
any
is
further,
myself.
I cannot stress this enough.
That's it.
Keep your weapons at your side. Do not
So,
make any
if
sudden
anybody
moves.
disappoints me, it's me.
Do nothing to appear hostile.
And I don't get drunk and have drug issues, so.
Thank you. Please give me a moment.
I can't imagine the horror of working customer side in today's day and age with all the Karens that are out there. I've seen some nasty shit go down on TikTok with like people coming into stores and like, especially in the United States, like throwing things at the cashiers, like, you know, it's just the entitlement.
Customer is always right.
I will never forget, and I haven't told this story a while on stream. The first time when I was living in Bulgaria, it was my first time experiencing a different, like a really different mentality where the customer is not always right. And I went in and bought a laptop and a laptop bag at this store in Bulgaria. This is like 2009. And bought a laptop bag. Didn't really, I guess I just didn't confirm. And when I got home, the laptop didn't fit in the bag. Instead of getting the 17-inch laptop bag, I had accidentally bought the 15-inch laptop bag. And I couldn't check it at the store because I was buying a box laptop. Anyway, for whatever reason, tickets got messed around. You know, so I had to take it back, and I wanted to replace it with the 17-inch bag. And when I got to the store, I had to go to the customer support desk, and they were like, "What's the problem?" I explained it to me, and the guy's like, "Okay, well, in order to do this, I have to get the manager because we can't do any returns without the manager's permission." So the manager comes downstairs.
Who needs to explain
And
himself, Tommy Sar.
ask what's going on. We explain it, and she's like, "Well, what do you mean it didn't fit?" And I'm like, "Well, I accidentally bought the wrong one. I just need to exchange this." And she has this whole conniption fit that I'm wanting to exchange something.
I know
And
what you have done.
literally,
The
she goes
messages
into the store,
sent.
gets the laptop that I just bought, a different one, brings it back, and then spends like 5 minutes trying to. She literally sits there. She brings it back. She says, "Well, I think the issue is you just didn't try hard enough." Like, she literally told me I didn't try hard enough to get the laptop into the bag. So she brings this laptop back and she spends like 5 minutes trying to shove it into the bag until she actually rips the corner of the bag open. And then she just puts it down and says, "Let him exchange the bag," and she walked off to the office. But what blew my mind was when she was like, "Well, you just didn't try hard enough," was what she told me about trying to get the laptop. And then she has to admit defeat when she ripped the bag open. But I was like, that was my first experience with the customer's not always right. We're not going to give you a refund. You didn't try hard enough.
You have done
oh shit.
me, filled her head with lies. This will not be allowed to stand.
Arthur says I was a disc golf instructor in an outdoor sports center. Groups with climbing and cues. Nice. Sounds like you're the one who's been lying to her, buddy.
You know nothing of it.
I said enough. This is between you and me.
This has gone far enough. Talk some sense into her at once. Neither of you would dare lift a finger against me. Against House Varun.
The Great Serpent does not abide treachery, Tomasar. You should know that as well as anyone.
I speak for the Great Serpent, not you. I decide what is treachery. If you let Andreja hurt me, I am her only link to the High Council. To House Varun. Without me, she can never return home. You must make her listen to reason.
He is responsible. He deserves to die.
Did you not hear me? You do this, you lose everything.
I heard you. I know what it costs me. But he deserves it. Does he not?
Can I save before I make this decision? If you do this, there are consequences.
I have been betrayed. Why should I care anymore? The only thing keeping him alive right now is... I know that if I do this, I lose my home. Probably forever.
Yeah, but not really, because we're about to go there.
I do not know what to do.
I'll do it so you don't have to.
So be it. Gonna take more than that! Did they have anything?
Ooh, can I take his outfit? Now I need to see what this does.
To see justice done. But it should have been at my hand, not yours.
I wonder if we can... I care about you too much to let you do it.
I am... flattered? I do not know what to say. No one has ever expressed feelings like that before. For now, I suppose, this matter is done. I do not know if I will face punishment, either in this life or the next. I am so tired. Can we, at least for the moment, return to the lodge?
We can, and then we're going to go off to Shattered Space for our second run. I wonder why it's prompting the... the tutorial tips. That's a weird... it's got to be a bug. Caseless ammo. I don't care about the rattler. Ooh, hello. That's just a pack. I don't care. What does it look like, though? Yeah, that drop that shit. Alright, back to the lodge. Oh, I gotta undock. I forgot. I'm tethered to this base. Summer George over on Twitch just asked, is the new DLC any good? I think it is. I've got multiple videos up on YouTube talking about my early thoughts as well as what I love about Shattered Space. And then yesterday's video was the polarizing one that I guess it went viral on Reddit and I didn't even know it. But yesterday's video was making fun of all of the content creators who claim that this is the worst DLC they've ever played, but they've only actually played like 3 to 5 hours of this game. My first playthrough was 16 and a half hours. We're about to start our second playthrough here in 5 minutes, as soon as we go back and do whatever Andreja needed done at the camp, at the lodge. If you like Bethesda RPGs, then you're going to like Shattered Space. It's just more Starfield. If you liked the base game, then you will like this. If you've not played the base game, maybe you've played Skyrim, maybe you've played Oblivion, maybe you've played Fallout 4 or Fallout 76 or Elder Scrolls Online. If you've ever played any of those games, then you will like Starfield and Shattered Space because you will like Bethesda games. Now, maybe you haven't ever played a Bethesda game, but you like RPGs, you'll still enjoy it. But you have to understand going into it that every game that you play is different. That's exactly how it should be. Yesterday, or maybe it was this morning, someone left a comment, well, my biggest problem with Starfield was it just wasn't enough like No Man's Sky and Elite Dangerous, and I really wanted it to be like Elite Dangerous and No Man's Sky, and they promised me it was going to be. I was like, nowhere did they ever promise you it was going to be like those games, ever. They literally said it's literally a Bethesda. We're making an RPG in space. My favorite is when people will say, "But they promised me that I was going to be able." They said I could fly a ship, but I can't land my ship, and I can't take off. It's a cutscene. It's an animation sequence. Bah! At no point in any point in time did they ever tell you that you were going to be able to manually take off and land with your ship. In fact, go watch the promotional videos for Starfield when the game was being promoted, and it always showed the landing and takeoff animation sequences in those videos, in the promotional trailers. Anybody who thought that it was going to be Elite Dangerous or No Man's Sky where you're manually controlling, that's something they fucking invented in their heads. It was never promoted as a thing, and yet you have people out there who's like, I was told Starfield was going to be a flight sim. If you like RPGs, you'll have fun. Let's just put it that way. And if you like video games, you'll have fun. The only people who are disliking this game right now are angry little incels. Is what it comes down to. Correct, Nick 2. They never said it was going to be a sim. At no point in time was it ever promoted as a sim, as a simulator. It was always a Bethesda RPG set in space. And that's exactly what it is. And it has its flaws, but it is at its core experience a fun game. I think my initial review of Starfield called it a good game, but not a great game. And then when they patched
in the idea that the odds
the
of
May
something
patch,
killing us here are at an all-time low.
When they patched in May and brought in all the survival changes and options, I released a second review and I said it is now a good game that has become a great game, and this great game could be something even better depending on how they patch it over the years.
I wonder who I was in your universe. If I was the same. Thank you for coming back here with me. I fear that after all that has happened, I am unsure of my place in House Barun. This room may now be the only place I have left to call home.
Whatever happens next, we'll face it together.
It is reassuring to hear you say that.
Yeah, Nick too. And I always tell people, like, when I'm playing
I
No
do not
Man's
know how
Sky,
to
like
live
after
without
the
some
4th or 5th
connection
time
to
I've had to
Husband.
manually land my
The
ship,
Great
I'm
Serpent
begging
has
for
always been a guiding
an automatic
force in
button.
my
I don't want to
life.
manually land every time.
The force that drives all.
Your connection to the Great Serpent was never through Tomasar. It's still there, inside of you.
Yes, that is true. Whatever else has happened or will happen, the Great Serpent still holds
Yeah,
a purpose
that's the other
for
one,
me.
Arthur says. Like, you have a lot of people who are like,
by my
the game's
side
just
through
too
all of
easy.
this. The most
You can adjust the
turbulent time
difficulty
in my
sliders
life.
to have it be whatever you want it to
And
be.
you have supported me, faithfully. I have never been able to count on any single person the way I have with you. If I am repeating myself, you will have to forgive me. I cannot overstate what it means to me.
I'll always be for you. I love you.
Well, that is... I am sorry. I need a moment. I admit this is a surprise. I did not quite realize you felt this way about me. But if you mean it, my feelings are not so different from yours. We must be clear on one thing from the very beginning. I do not share. If you are mine, then you are mine alone. No one else will come between us.
That is fair.
That is not a commitment you are willing to make, I understand, but I will not compromise.
I'm all yours for as long as you want me.
Then truly nothing can stop us. We will be a force to be reckoned with. You have brought a joy to my life that I could not have imagined, and could never have expected. With you at my side, love, I look forward to everything that comes next.
All right. He's now an ally. And we can go start Shattered Space, everybody.
A Starborn. We will...
Here we go. Round 2. Let's go pick up the quest. I gotta find it. What remains? I have no idea what level I am. This is gonna be interesting.
I find the interior of this ship comforting.
We are anomalous readings. Member crew have been compromised. Do not repeat. Not board. This is Sirac on the Starfield Oracle. We are anomalous readings. Member crew have been compromised. Do not repeat. Not board.
Alright, let me get up out of the chair really quick. I want to check a couple of things before we get going here. Okay. I don't have any modded weapons, so this will be interesting. Alright. We're going to need this bad boy inside. Actually, though, this is an energy. I wonder if this causes pushback. I bet it doesn't because it's an energy weapon.
This is Sirac on the Starfield Oracle. We are anomalous readings. Member crew have been compromised. Do not repeat. Not board.
Star Citizen has, yeah, Star Citizen has a lot of a lot of work required to do certain things. Alright, now from here, I'm no longer going to be spacebarring my way through conversations and stuff, folks, because I actually want to see all this stuff, because this is only my second time doing this, and I've got Andreja this time prepped and ready. I have Serpent's Embrace, I have different traits, so I'm genuinely interested to see what some of these conversation options are going to look like. Excuse me.
Even when I see it with my own eyes, it is still hard to believe.
I cannot give up. Hold on. You are strong. Concentrate. I'm trying, Sarah, but it's getting worse. I can feel my mind slipping. Fragmenting. I'll become one of them. You have to get away from me. No, I will not leave you here. It's pointless. We share this fate. This is our end. The great. No. No, it's happening. Sarah, run. I can't stop it. Basira.
That worked. Access card.
Who did this?
Log.
I see no one, and yet I can feel a presence. But how?
Alright, we've got... I actually don't need that. We'll drop that. I'll take the card and I'll keep the shard. There are so few of us left.
I should be the last. Is someone there or... My mind turns against me. I must return to engineering and make one last attempt to restore the power.
Okay. Ah, really? I don't want the carrots, but I will take the sealant.
Can't succeed at that before we are discovered.
Oh, we're fine, Andreja. The ones you have to worry about are the ghosts. They want to eat us. Oh, that symbol? Yeah, it can be there. I should pay attention to my health. I don't know that you lost them on today. Like they're around the corner. We're good. Weaslow asks over on YouTube, are you ex-military? Fuck no. I'm not stupid enough to trust the government. Are you kidding me? Wow, no, I'm definitely not ex-military. Ain't no way I would ever sign my soul away.
This is Iraq Vital. Post-incident log. Something has gone horribly wrong. We were in orbit directly above Dasra, monitoring our current experiments when we experienced a sudden energy surge. I fear the source came from the city itself. It triggered our graft drive and jumped the Oracle to an unknown location. We thought members of the crew were somehow lost in the jump. But later, we were attacked by what I will refer to as vortex phantoms. I thought I recognized some of them. Could it be that the energy surge has somehow transformed them and warped their minds?
It's possible, yes. Alright, I need an ID card. Oh, I think we're going off over the edge, aren't we?
Kind of power. I'm glad it is in your hands.
Alright, down, 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 down. There's another journal.
This is Iraq Vital. Post-incident log. After the initial jump, areas of the Oracle have somehow been sectioned off by strange energy fields or barriers. The fields allow no one to pass and are somehow able to repel, almost teleport, the trespasser back. I am certain these new fields are related to the vortex phantom. Both resonate with the same energy pattern. The exact same pattern we were studying for Anasco's experiments.
Same energy patterns.
Happened in Dasra. And if the situation is bad here, I fear for our brethren in the city.
Yeah, the DLC, what did it? This was, I came in here, like at, I forget what level I was the first time, and it was, I got almost one-shotted by those guys. Even at level 80, right? What am I right now? I'm level 70 or something? I'm level 60. Even at level 60, these things are
somehow.
a little beefy. Welcome to the channel, folks. I may have to turn on the light. I can't see in here. I was able to move that one out. How do I get this other one out? Now when I did this the first time, Andreja just like pulled one of those crates out for me and I didn't have to do anything. I'm not quite sure how to get past these on this one. Oh, you just punch it. That's how that works. Perfect. Ooh, it's another advanced Big Bang. I wonder if it's better than the one I've got. Probably not. It's probably the exact same one. Oops. Inventory herpaderper. Nah, see, it's just they're the exact same versions of the one I have. Alright. Hang on, if I want to go up.
The mission appears to have outweighed any considerations for privacy.
That's why I do different playthroughs for everything we slow. Like, this is my first playthrough was a scoundrel. This playthrough was a soldier. Everybody makes different decisions. Now I'm in New Game Plus. I still have the soldier background, but I'm no longer a UC. I'm no longer a UC believer. I took Serpent's Embrace, so now I'm actually, you know, I believe. Did I just get this? Did I just get the scarf outfit? Holy shit! Did I just get the scarf outfit at the very beginning of the DLC? Hold up, hold up. I cannot believe that the RNG gods granted me the scarf outfit at the beginning of this. Well, guess who's getting that? Come here, Andreja.
This station, the Oracle. It's House Barun.
Oh, you found it there too, United? I did not find it here the first time. I found it completely in a different place. Maybe I missed this box. I thought it was RNG. If you found it here in the same place, United, then this was probably here the first time. I did not catch it there the first time. I got it like at the very end. I found it in a box in a cave. All right.
A station of this magnitude would never leave Varunkai's orbit. These
Be Kind says I found it at the spaceport next to a bed.
whatever
Nice.
happened to these people must have.
Yes, exactly. People miss so much kind. Like, there's so many people who make all these ridiculous claims about this DLC.
Excellent to see you. A good team always shares the load.
I have not seen the Varun Streetwear Easy to Forget. I have not. All right, let's give this to her. I don't like Tomasar's outfit. It kind of looks like a raincoat. All right, have her, give that to her. And then equip that. We won't see it right now because she's in a space suit.
Take care of yourself.
But when we get out, ooh, skip shot. I'll take it. Man, this is what I wished I would have had. I don't have any lock picking on this character. It'd be really cool if I did.
Your abilities are such a gift. Though your enemies might disagree.
Well, don't worry, honey. You're not an enemy. Oh, he's around the corner. Ah! They're gonna pop back around. Well, I'm just gonna let her take care of it. I'm gonna move me out over here. Guess that's not a button I can do anything with. Okay.
Serpent's bin. One of the power cells dislodged in the last chunk. The gravity. Restoring the gravity may pull the cell into place. If I can get to the control room, if I can No! They are coming!
Is that the best you can do? You're gonna take more than that!
Alright, well, you can handle them, Andreja. Where did he go? Antibiotic injector, I'll take that. I'm gonna have to quick save here just to be careful.
This is Sirac Vital. Post-incident log. I am one of the few remaining unaffected crew on the Oracle. Nadine, Basira, and Taras are the only others I was able to find. I fear it is just a matter of time before we succumb to this energy discerning the others. How long will we last?
Welcome everybody to the channel. Thanks for the follows.
When my time comes. Basira and I have programmed the Oracle to return to Arunkai's orbit once it is able. All of our research will automatically be transmitted the moment we are within Dasra's range. I pray our work here was not...
Shit, I need the power cell. Oh, grab the power cell. Whew. 'Cause nobody wants to get crushed by a trash compactor.
These damn controls! Why will they not respond to me?
Because you're in an alternate dimension, buddy.
Warning. Gravity procedure initiated. Please check your surroundings to ensure personal safety. Restoring gravity in 3, 2, 1.
Alright, back on the ground. What's up? Gosh, she looks good in that scarf outfit.
Spoils of victory. Hopefully they amount to something.
Well, they amount to goodies in my backpack. Alright. Confirm.
Power cell connected. Report to operations for system reboot.
I just caught that, Nick, too. Oh, it's one of those unique items. By the way, he got banned after yesterday's. It was fun while it lasted, but once he started throwing the political
The vortex
insults.
phantoms. Where
Yeah,
did
we
they
don't
go?
do that.
Something is wrong. No! Not now! I have to hold on!
Wait, is there more than one? Okay.
Good one.
A refined Big Bang. What's the difference between a refined Big Bang and the one that I have, which is an advanced? About to find out. Oh, it's less than the one I have? That's boring, I think. Drop. Oops. At inventory. So mine's 102,299. Yeah, no thanks. Oh, I do have a point to spend, but can I spend it yet? No, I got a long way to go. Okay, what else can I potentially take? Ooh, I get a 10% chance to disarm targets when shooting without aiming. Marks up to 4 enemies within 100 meters to damage you. There we go. Well, I have to get the rank 3.
Mainframe reboot initiated. Commencing protocol. Station lockdown completed. All major systems on standby.
Nice. Here we go, kids.
Reboot completed. Warning. Station jump procedure initiated. Please check your surroundings to ensure personal safety. Jump in 3, 2, 1. Execute. Jump completed. Station lockdown released. Initiating data transfer. Incoming transmission.
This is Dasra calling the Oracle station. We've received your transmission. Your orders are to send a representative down here immediately. It appears we have much to discuss.
Poor Sirach. So close to seeing their efforts realized.
What's up? Huh? Hang on, guys. My wife needs me to help with something. I will be right back. All right, cat dad stuff. We had to go check on some stuff with Chris. So we joke about Lucas likes to chew on things a lot, and he just vomited a bunch of stuff, and he had like yellow colored vomit, and so Chris was freaking out. And turns out that he had a box of cereal, a cardboard box with yellow coloring, and he had eaten a bunch of chunks of the yellow cardboard and vomited all up, and as a result, he should be okay. It's a box of cereal. He eats shit that he shouldn't eat, and he chews things up, and it's very frustrating. It's not the first time that he's chewed up a box of cereal, nor is it the first time he's chewed up that brand of cereal, but I think it's the first time he's eaten the cardboard and then promptly vomited back up because I think probably the dye disagreed with him or something. I don't know. We got to keep an eye on him. He doesn't seem to be, he just was like, Brett! With yellow puke. I just went and took him outside. He seems to be fine. Keep an eye on him. But he's got all his energy, his tail's up. He wanted a snack. He's happy. He was just like, Brett! Here's a bunch of yellow vomit for you to clean up, Mommy. Cat dad stuff. Dr. Nixu says, I just found a purple suit with a scarf, another unique item. There you go. Oh yeah, Dungeon Master, yeah. We have 8 cats. 3 of them, if they smell tortillas, they go literal apeshit, and they will track down where the tortilla smell is coming from, and they will rip through bags, they will rip through paper bags, plastic bags, whatever, just so they can get to the fresh tortillas. They absolutely love them. Lucas chews up everything. Lucas has gone through so many things. I don't even know what the Dragon Fang armor is, Johnny boy. So probably yes, because it's something that I missed or didn't find on my first playthrough. I have no clue what it is. I've heard people mention it. But Lucas has had, he's chewed up phone chargers. He's done 2 of these headsets because he chews through the cables. He's done 3 phone chargers. He's done Christina's headset. He's done hair ties. He's vomited up hair ties. Like, he'll get a hold of a hair tie and he'll eat half of it and then promptly throw it back up, and you'll find a pool of vomit with like 3 chunks of hair ties in it. Like, he just has a problem with stuff that he likes to eat and chew up. Alright, down to Dazra, everybody. So I have the Serpent's Embrace trait, and I've romanced Andreja, so I'm looking for a very different playthrough today, and tomorrow, and Monday. So that everyone's aware, the current schedule is, what time is it right now? I can't do a super long stream today, because I have World of Warcraft tonight, so I can't do like 8 hours and then come back and do another 3 or 4. I just can't. But we should be we're good to go for a little while longer today. Tomorrow we'll do No Man's Sky in the morning for a couple of hours, and then I'll break for breakfast, and then I'll come back and we'll start Starfield. We'll probably get a good 6-hour session in tomorrow, and then Monday I'll do another 3 or 4 hour session on Monday, and then wherever we end up at, will probably where we end up at for a few days, because then I'm going to switch over and do the Diablo 4 DLC on Tuesday. We have Lord of the Rings Online on Monday night. So Tuesday I'll switch over to Diablo 4. I don't know how long that DLC is, but let's assume it takes me 4 or 5 days. The next game I'm going to be playing is New World Eternum. So if I have anything left that I still want to do in Shattered Space for my second playthrough here, I will probably wrap that up after I finish Vessel of Hatred and before I go into New World Eternum on the 15th. But we should be able to make pretty good progress. If I get, if we get another hour or two in today, and then tomorrow we do 6 hours, and then I do like 4 or 5 hours on Monday, that's a good 15-hour run. We should be able to get a lot done in, 12 to 15 hours over the next few days. And I'll do my review on Monday, I think. Yeah, Monday. I'll do my review on Monday. Or Tuesday morning, maybe. Because if I'm finishing up on Monday, I'll probably do it Tuesday morning.
Hold very still.
Cats are crazy, man.
And choose your words carefully. They will determine how long you live.
We are no threat to House Baroon, I promise you.
You have no right to be here. You will tell me how you found this place.
I found your wayward star station, the Oracle.
But it was lost. All communication ceased. There was no sign of it.
Well, something clearly went wrong.
Indeed it did. The Oracle is perhaps the least of our problems, I'm afraid. Voris, I think we need not fear our guest. Perhaps, in this time of need, the Great Serpent has delivered us a gift.
Counselor, with due respect, we have not had unannounced visitors here in generations. It is a clear breach of security.
I do not disagree, and I know that security, in whatever small form we can grasp it, is of paramount importance. But you must acknowledge the timing is curious. And perhaps our guest's intent should be determined before we take further action.
Serpent's Embrace. I'm here to pledge loyalty to House Faroon.
Are you now? Most curious indeed. I am afraid that, not having been born of House Faroon, that may prove a complicated matter.
Great Serpent! What's happening again? Hear me?
Speaker, we are here!
We have reached out to you, to seek guidance in our hour of need. The gate in the Citadel has been opened just to seek you.
Baroon, what has happened?
Have I failed you? What is this place? Where am I? Why do you not show yourself? I strive only to follow your command. All must serve. Please, do not leave me in darkness. I seek only your wisdom, your guidance. Great Serpent, your children cry out to you. Will you not answer us?
Our leader, Anasco Varun, he has appeared like this over and over. So many of our people have been trapped in this state, these vortex phantoms. But usually they are hostile and lash out. Anasco is different. If only we could hear his voice, some reassurance that all is not lost.
He sounds plenty lost himself.
You could hear him. Despite the sightings, none have heard the word from Anasco in all this time, yet you claim to. Do not toy with me. Not about this. If you speak truth, you must prove it. What did he say?
Okay. He's trying to contact the Great Serpent, but something is wrong. He sounds lost.
Aye, the Serpent.
He said that? I heard nothing. Given the gravity of the situation, surely there is no way you would joke about such a thing.
No, I'm not joking.
It is no joke. The experiment was a secret, even to many of our own people. Truly, you did hear Anasco. You have been chosen.
am the chosen
People
one.
of House Varun, hear me. We have asked the Great Serpent for deliverance from our calamity, and he has answered us. This outsider has been chosen as the most unlikely vessel for the Great Serpent's divine providence, and he will help save us all. Outsider, please. There is no denying you have been sent here as a sign. You must help us.
Must?
But there are precepts that must be followed, principles that must be obeyed. Even in these dire circumstances, we cannot turn from Jinan's teachings. You will be granted safe passage through Dazra and the lands beyond.
Oh, those yawns
No
are kicking
harm
in,
will
aren't they?
come to you. On that, you have my word. You even have
Today,
my
I'm not
assurance
going
that
to
you are
drink any more coffee, though. Yesterday, because we did an 8-hour stream, I drank more coffee at like 11:30, and we kept going all afternoon.
But
That's
to
not
truly
happening
aid
today.
us, you must become part of House
By the way,
Varun.
guys, my voice was so shot
This
last
is
night. I
not
woke
a
up this
thing
morning.
done lightly.
It was,
It cannot be taken back.
last night I actually was like, I got done. I told
Will
Chris,
you
I was like, I
commit
feel like
to
I just got
helping
finished
us
with
by
a
becoming one of the
conference
promised?
weekend. It was crazy. It was good times, though, yesterday. I did not know. So somebody had shared that video out over on Reddit. I went and checked the Reddit thread last night. There was some really fun stuff in that Reddit thread on yesterday's video. All right, tell me where to begin.
Excellent. Please, come with me.
Like someone said, this is what I imagine Santa Claus doing in his off time, sitting around playing video games and berating idiots on the internet. And I was like, that's brilliant. It would be even more accurate if I still had the beard, but I cut the beard off.
Enter our city. You have my word that you will not be harmed. I would ask that until you have become promised, you avoid the citizens of Dazra. They are not used to outsiders. Open the gate.
Easy Forget says, I just killed a worker and got one. Oh, you're talking about that spaceport worker helmet you were asking about? It's the Varun Maskware. Okay.
An explosion of sorts that has annihilated most of our city. We have lost many of our brothers and sisters. I believe we are still in danger.
Counselor, what is the meaning of this?
Is there a problem, Makula?
The city is in shambles. The speaker is missing, and here you are leading some outsider through our sacred space? Why allow this husk
Oh,
to
my
defile
safe
our
space!
city?
He
Have
must
we
be
not lost
the equivalent of a rune
Have
snowflake.
faith. I believe
My
this
safe
outsider
space.
was guided here by the great
Don't invade my
serpent
safe
himself.
space.
Soon, serpent willing, they will be one of us. But I can be sure and pass your concerns on to the rest of the High Council, if you wish. I apologize for the interruption. There is a ritual intended for converts to the Promised that has not been performed in generations.
No, we're gonna perform it.
We are fortunate that there are those still alive who remember the old ways and have remained prepared for such a moment as this.
The safe space thing always makes me chuckle because I feel like those people have never been to an open market in their life, especially in like Eastern Europe or Latin America. Ain't nobody respecting your personal space at open markets, like fruit markets and stuff, and
I saw the ship
nobody's gonna
landing.
respect the order at the
I knew
line.
immediately
It's
that
first
I
come,
would
first serve. People are gonna shove you,
Indeed
jostle
you
you,
are.
get up all in your business.
This is Inaza
I got
Garcia,
elbowed by an
herald
old lady
of
one
the
time because
She will guide you
tomatoes
through
were
the
on
ritual.
sale, and I was
I am
bending
needed
over like
elsewhere, but
selecting
I assure you that you are in
tomatoes,
good hands.
and she totally just came up and like elbowed me to the side because she was wanting to get to the tomato bins, and there was plenty of space, but she wanted the tomatoes that were right in front of me, and she just, Mom! She had to have been like 75, and there was no fucks given at all. It was no excuse me, and it was just get the fuck out of the way, young man. What house did I choose on my first playthrough? The one that starts with a D. The like really middle of the road. Because
We'll speak again soon.
the one house was too religious, the one with the V, And then the other one, the Tau, whatever they were too crazy with like the creating the redeemed and trying to use the zealots to their advantage. So I went with the middle of the road house.
I have other matters that would.
So, the Great Serpent sends you to me. There is something about you. No husk that walk the Serpent's path. To enter the sacred cave, there is no turning back. You will be forever changed.
Forever changed.
This is a path you must walk of your own free will, alone. Will you step forward and emerge anointed? One of the promised?
Sure. I've been waiting for this moment my entire life, says the Serpent's Embrace.
An unusual but welcome response. Then let us enter, and I shall guide you along the Serpent's path. But this is a journey you must undertake alone. Your escort cannot follow.
Dude, she just called you an escort, Andreja. Oh, the yawns are real, guys. Gotta push on. Okay.
The path lies before you, but it is up to you to walk it.
Cryptic.
Before House Farouk, there were humans. First on Earth, then scattered among the stars.
Okay.
And like all humans, they were lost souls, wandering in the dark, looking for a path.
Okay.
One particular colony ship housed several hundred of these souls. They were each alone and isolated, individual tiny flames that could be snuffed out at a moment's notice.
Blow out the candle. I took the drugs and the drugs are working.
But Jinan Varun encountered the Great Serpent and was given the gift of knowledge. He shared his knowledge with those around him and lit the way for them.
Holy crap, guys, I was just looking. We got 281 followers yesterday just on YouTube. I think that's the biggest single day for follower gains in the entire time I've had my YouTube channel. Because I think August there was a day I got 247, which was a really good day. 281 yesterday. Welcome aboard, everybody.
And his light, and they cast aside the burdens of their former lives, and thus House Maroon was born. Now you too have the chance to cast aside.
Sure, it pales in comparison to the
yourself of
the rage bait
that holds you
YouTube channels, but hey, man, small victories.
The people's hopes and fears and dreams were entrusted to the Great Serpent. They made the leap of faith that brought House Farouk to greatness. You may now follow in their footsteps and take that same leap. Embrace the Great Serpent, and he will embrace
you. Oh no, almost fell. Man, I want some of these shrine decorations for my home. Go build myself an outpost on this planet.
people of House Faroon settled this world, at first in these very caves. Shinan Faroon himself slept among them in these shelters. It was here that he spread the word of the serpent. It was here that the people of House Faroon first understood the truth of their place in the universe. And it was here that the people of House Faroon first understood the truth of the shrouding. The great serpent's return. He will encircle the universe he created, and all
You know, we never get any sort of confirmation if the Great Serpent is a real entity or if it's just, you know, disillusioned lunatics out in space with their sky god, sky daddy.
You too would do well to feel that solace amidst the pain.
Because there is something to do with, like, the grav technology, the grav drive technology, I should say, and alternate dimensions and other stuff. So I don't know. By the way, I never did check. Where is the... Okay. That's kind of cool. Maybe it's the hunter is the serpent? I mean, it
Until
could be. I don't know.
comes, we are the voice and the hands of the great serpent. Our every act a sacrifice to hasten his return. Make now a sacrifice to prove your devotion. And remember, whether in life or in death, all must serve. Let us begin the final ritual.
Drugs! Drugs!
While none since Shinan Faroon have stood before the great serpent, we can all feel his presence. To solidify this bond, you are presented with a simple choice. Before you on this dais are several items. They represent different aspects of House Faroon's connection to the Great Serpent. Pick the two that call to you. Place them on the altars. Offerings to the Great Serpent that he may fill you with his spirit and make you promise.
What's up, Frodo? You coming over here to say hi? Or you just want to get in the chair? Come here. Come here. Oh, who's your big baby? You want to come say hi to everybody? Did you just wake up? You're not awake yet. This is Mommy's cat. You're not awake. Your eyes aren't even open. Oh, they are now. What you doing? Go back to sleep, buddy, if you want. Devotion, obedience. I like perseverance and strength.
I would like a chance to talk to you, if you are able.
Mm-hmm. Give me a second.
And so you arise, one of the promised of House Varun. Did you feel the great serpent working within you? Do you feel
bath
born
time.
anew?
Hi. Is it bath time? There's more than one way to feel born anew. Trust me, I like the Starborn option. Oh, we're going out? You going out? Because you hear mommy in the fridge. Ah, I even heard mommy open the fridge just now.
It is wise to think before speaking.
All right, all my cats have been pushed out the door. Chris has them outside. All right, more than one way to feel
Yes.
reborn.
Your confidence is impressive. Through strength and perseverance, House Varun will triumph over all that stands in its way. I grant you the title of Vindicator. All will know you. All will trust you. Above us, in the grand ship morning, jewel of the Varun fleet, the High Council awaits your arrival. Serve them. Serve the great serpent. All must serve.
Nice. All right. So Andreja wants to talk to me, but before we do that, we've got some Paramore.
I am glad we have a moment. I am having trouble maintaining my composure. Finding myself in Dasra has been overwhelming.
There's no place like home.
Especially a home that you were unsure you would ever return to. And a home that has suffered so much while you were gone. After everything that we have been through recently, I worried I might never see this place again. For that I am grateful. If only this were just about me. The Great Serpent has always demanded much of us, as individuals, and as the whole of House Varun. But to see what has transpired here, it is hard to believe this is part of any plan. Truly, it is a disaster.
If it's a plan, then our being here is part of it.
I suppose that is true.
Geno Compiler says this is just my
Regardless,
interpretation, but I've
now
always
that we
imagined the
are
Great
here,
Serpent to be rather Lovecraftian,
surely
like
you must agree
gargantuan in
that
scale
we
like
should do
Cthulhu,
everything we
existing
can
on
to
another
help
plane.
House Varun.
It has to be some sort of dimensional thing because Jarun or whatever his name was, the first guy who contacted them, it was because of a grav drive experiment, right? And then I'm still not. I only did the first playthrough, but when you find the temple here that's been sealed off with the spirits that have been kept alive in the chambers and they're there to guard the place forever, it made it feel like he was protecting so that no one else would ever reach out to talk to this great serpent. I don't know if that's legit or not. I don't know if I'm interpreting something wrong, but I'm definitely intrigued to learn more because it definitely feels like there's something there that was scary for sure. All right, I'll gladly help for your sake, Andreja.
And I appreciate that. It is an incredible commitment you have made to become one of the promised. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined such a thing.
I've been looking forward to this opportunity for a very long time. This is the Serpent's Embrace option.
Then I am glad we are here. I know we have much to do, but I did not want to leave it unsaid. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, cool beans. Now we can go up top, right? Talk to Malabor Dulkef. Yeah, this is the house. This is the guy I think I chose to lead on my first playthrough. Okay, I don't know what that is. Ticket C.
Did you need something? Welcome, Vindicator. You stand before what remains of the High Council, advisors to Anasko Varun. We are all that is left after the disaster that has befallen our people. I represent House Dulkef. Jamal is from House Kadik, and we are joined by Lovek of House Vital. We are, all of us, hopeful that your arrival in Dazra and your clear connection to Anasko Varun, for the first time in weeks, represent some semblance of hope.
I don't have a connection to Anasko Varun or anyone here.
But you do. We have only seen brief glimpses of him since the incident. But you heard him speak. How can that be taken as anything other than providence? Please, just allow us a moment to explain.
By all means, Malabor. I can't wait to see how you spend this.
Please, can we just for a moment...
Can we just for a moment what? Discuss whether or not to allow the first convert to House Varun since before any of us were born? A bit late on that, it seems.
You were not there. You did not see Anasko. It felt different. We have already wasted so much time...
You're correct. I was not there. Because you elected to travel to the spaceport on your own. And then decided this on your own.
Do not waste time with more bickering. Anasko, and by extension House Varun, suffers with every passing moment.
Of course, Lovek. My apologies. Please, Malabor. Do go on.
Anasko Varun, like his father before him, has relied on the teachings of Jinan to guide us. Anasko wondered if perhaps it was time to seek guidance directly from the Great Serpent, and so sought a means of reaching out.
Perhaps he found the teachings inadequate.
Careful, Kadik. You tread on dangerous ground.
I mean nothing by it. We simply were never consulted on the matter and do not know the full motive.
The point is that a series of experiments have taken place over the years, utilizing grav drive technology to hopefully make direct contact with the Great Serpent, similar to Jinan Varun's initial meeting.
And then something went wrong.
We do not know what happened. We were not inside the Scaled Citadel at the time.
Had we been, we wouldn't be standing here now. We'd be like the rest of them.
A great tide of energy emanated from the Scaled Citadel and swept across Dazra.
What's up, George King?
Much was destroyed in its wake. Those caught in the blast have been left in a state of confusion, trapped halfway between our universe and the Vortex. The Citadel itself remains in such a state. Right there and yet beyond our reach. We can only assume that the experiment is still running, somehow preventing us from entering the Citadel. We cannot get in, so we cannot stop it. We were beginning to lose hope before you arrived.
Tell me how I fit into all of this.
Your arrival and your interaction with Anasco shows that he can still be saved. A plan had been devised to access the Citadel, but the work stalled. Clearly, it is time to move forward with it. The current head of our science team, Ekris, should be in Jinan Plaza down below us, towards the Citadel. Tell him about your experience with Anasco, and that work on the morning device must proceed.
Okay. So we've learned a little bit more. So far I'm really liking the fact that my Serpent's Embrace trait is definitely giving me a lot more conversation options. And I've also had Starborn options as well. So that's been really cool to see. So that actually leads me to, that's the perfect segue actually, guys, while we're sitting here.
The old married couple? Azad and Shireen, if I remember right.
Thanks for the follows.
them a
Welcome
few
to the
times.
channel,
They
Skyname,
seemed a little
Tilsar,
eccentric,
Shilos,
but were otherwise
Sari's
quite nice.
Dark.
That's them, yes.
Welcome to Twitch and
They're
YouTube. We are
apparently
multi-streaming
looking for some
today
help
for
with
anybody
their
who's
research.
new for the first
They
time.
made some kind of discovery.
Let me segue. I was making a segue, but I got sidetracked because I want to get away from those people who were talking. So, this is my second playthrough of Shattered Space. The first playthrough... oh, that was a side quest. Well, we can go back there and pick that up in a minute. That'll be an activity. First playthrough was 16 and a half hours, and we got tons of stuff done. But I left the end of that because I play very roleplay specific playthroughs. So that character was a soldier, UC fanboy, and that was it. And I knew that I left quests on the table, and I left cosmetics on the table, and there were locations I didn't see and everything else. So we have spent the last, I think, 2 days, essentially about 15 hours or so of streams, of streaming to get up to New Game Plus, and get to where we are now, which is where we have Andreja. We did all her companion quests. We have her essentially romanced. We have not done her marriage ceremony stuff yet. What we're going to be doing is we're going to be going through Shattered Space a second time, basically wooing her as we go through, and hopefully we will culminate in the marriage ceremony when we get to the end of this. But what's most importantly about this second playthrough is I'm going through it with not only Starborn conversation options, which we've already seen a few of, but I also chose the Serpent's Embrace trait at the beginning when I did my New Game Plus recast, essentially, because I wanted this character to be not a zealot believer, but on the path of all must serve, sort of like where Andreja is. It made sense for me bringing her through as the main character. And the segue that I really want to do here is I have seen a certain individual has a video out where the title is something along the lines, like the thumbnail of it is "It's Just So Boring," I believe is the thumbnail title of their review of Shattered Space. And when I did the video yesterday, which is my joke about how it's the worst DLC of all time, and I made fun of the people who are out there saying it's this horrible DLC that you can beat in 3 to 5 hours, and I pointed out that Phantom Liberty as an example, because a lot of people are pointing at Phantom Liberty, and they're like, look how Phantom Liberty did this, that, and the other, and it was so much better than Shattered Space, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you do realize that you can beat the Phantom Liberty DLC in like 3 hours as well, or less, depending on the tricks that you use. An expansion is the totality of what it has to offer, not just that main storyline. So 16 and a half hours in the first playthrough. Now we're in our second playthrough with completely different traits taken. We've gotten completely different conversation options. We have completely different reactions to things because of the choices we're making in this playthrough. And I would counter that anyone who finds this to be boring, I would argue that you're not actually digging in to find what's actually here. Specifically, what is there to be bored by? I would argue that if you like Starfield, and you like Bethesda RPGs, then everything that is the hallmark of Bethesda RPGs is here. Now, if you're not a fan of Bethesda RPGs, I would still argue that if you like RPGs in general, there's a lot of good stuff here. And when we start comparing like Starfield versus Cyberpunk versus insert your favorite RPG here, I always come back to I don't want my RPGs to play the same way. I want them all to have different pros and cons. I want them to all have the things that they do that are their strengths, because that's what makes games unique. So I can go play different things. I'm definitely not bored because I know that this playthrough, for example, I didn't get the 2 companion crew members the first time through. I also did not do I believe it's the orphanage quest. I did not get, someone mentioned it earlier, someone asked me, I'm going to scroll up through chat here. Correct, United. Boring is such an empty criticism. Anyone can call a piece of media boring with no explanation. Johnny Boy had asked a little while ago, am I going for the Dragon Fang armor this time around? I didn't even know I still don't know what the Dragon Fang armor is. I know that it was mentioned during my first playthrough. People had talked about it in the streams. I've seen it briefly mentioned online in a few places. But I haven't gone out and found it yet. I didn't see it in the first playthrough. I know that I also didn't see all of the POIs the first time through. When we got done with our first playthrough, I had gone out and explored some of the POIs in the map. There's definitely a lot on this map alone, and then if you start going out to the edge of the map, you start getting the procedural stuff that's unwinding out from here. But I know there was like this massive monastery that we found. I want to say it's over here, like this structure right here, as an example, is this really cool zealot monastery that you can go explore. It's a massive POI, and there's a lot of cool stuff here that you can find and do, but it's off the beaten path, and you actually have to go out there and explore that. So what is it exactly that bores you about this game, content creator? Because I find there to be really entertaining storylines. It's really good voice acting. The writing has been pretty good. There have been a couple of standout quests that were better than other ones, but that's normal for any game I play. When you start getting into games that have lots of quests, and we can apply this same logic to Phantom Liberty, since that's the one a lot of people like to keep comparing this to. The Phantom Liberty DLC had a really cool main storyline, but if you've actually played the Phantom Liberty DLC and you start doing all of the side missions, as an example, the missions where you are going around town, like I forget what they're called. It's the driving missions that came with Phantom Liberty. You like get a car or a motorcycle or something, and you're supposed to deliver it within a certain. And there's different things that you have to do when you're driving the car. Sometimes it's defend, sometimes it's to outrun, sometimes it's to deliver. But there's these things that you do with those car deliveries, and you're earning faction with the car delivery guy to get the that really cool car that you get at the end of that. Those quests, for me, were repetitive and boring as fuck. But I did them anyway because I wanted the car at the end of it. So we can all pick the things that we have that we like or dislike within an expansion or a DLC or any game out there and say this is boring for me. But it doesn't mean that it's boring for everybody. Some people really loved those driving missions in Cyberpunk 2077 in Phantom Liberty, and I'm certainly not going to be the person who wants to take that away from them just because for me it didn't resonate. Which is why you will never find me making a video on the internet about how Cyberpunk 2077's Phantom Liberty is a boring piece of shit because I didn't like this mission. It just feels really weird. GNU says Bethesda have a lot of haters of late, and I think Starfield not launching on the PS5 rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. I mean, that's certainly one aspect of it. United says, I got 3 new Varune spacesuits, not including the fanged one that you're talking about. GNU Compiler says, then we'll get the inevitable. I was wrong about Starfield videos. And United says, plus they're doing speed running the main quest and writing a review. And we, on the other hand, are actually playing the game correct. I think that anytime you speed run something, you're going to inevitably be bored because you're not actually experiencing the content. We talked about that a little bit during yesterday's video. It's a situation where if you've only seen 3 hours of what's there and you've space barred your way through, like the comment that triggered the video yesterday was someone saying dialogue isn't content. And I said, well, this was billed as a story DLC. When I bought the premium edition, when I pre-ordered this game a year plus or whatever it was ago, this DLC was specifically marketed as a story DLC. And I have gotten tons of story. Not only did I get 16 and a half hours of storyline my first run through, I also know for a fact that we left story on the table. This one, we just, I mentioned the orphanage one. These guys just around the corner a minute ago, they offered this quest. I gotta go find it now because it popped up as like an activity, I think. Is it scientific method? A pair of scientists named Azad and Shireen Dubas are seeking a research assistant to help investigate a mysterious ailment affecting... Oh, if that's the one that's out at the... That might be the one that's way out in the wilderness. I think we did do that quest. That's the married couple that have you going around. If that's the one I'm thinking of, we may have done that one. Anyway, the speedrun thing. It's impossible to actually experience the totality of what an expansion has to offer if you're speed running through and trying to do something in 3 to 5 hours so that you can be first with your review. I would be bored too if I sat here and spacebarred my way through conversations and did a speed run all the way through to the end. The reason for that being there wouldn't be any context to the actions I'm taking or the storylines that I'm experiencing or the reactions that Andreja is having with NPCs, or the conversations that I'm having where my Serpent's Embrace trait or my UC Vanguard trait came into play on the last playthrough or my first playthrough. Like, there are so many things that can happen along the way, but you have to actually play the DLC for those things to unfold. And if you don't see those things, yeah, you're going to be bored because you didn't see it. You sped through in 3 to 5 hours and you skipped everything else that was there. So if I went and played Phantom Liberty tomorrow, because I know the other argument to this is people say, well, there's no new mechanics in Starfield, or Shattered Space. There's no new mechanics, and therefore it sucks. So if I did the speedrun version of Phantom Liberty and I didn't go do any of the side quests, I also would not experience any of the new mechanics. I would not get any of the new weapons or any of the new armor or any of the new items because if I was doing a speed run through Phantom Liberty, I wouldn't see any of the cool things that they added to Phantom Liberty. I wouldn't hear the new music. I wouldn't meet half of the characters that got mocapped. I wouldn't see any of that stuff because I did a speed run. And as a result, I wouldn't actually experience the DLC as it was meant to be experienced. DBL Fantasy says you can get a quest from the shopkeeper at the depository, which is the missing brother one from the trailer. Pretty cool. I missed it my first time. Around. I don't have any knowledge of that. I'm gonna write that down. Double Fantasy. Hold that thought. Oh no, I did do the one you're thinking of. That's not true. The woman. Oh no, I know which one you're talking about. We totally did do that quest because that's the one that had. That's the one where you go down into the mines and you meet the Redeemed for the first time. Oh, I about peed myself a couple times on that quest because of the jump scares. I do know which one you're talking about. I was thinking, wait a second, shopkeeper with a brother missing. Wait, did I do that? Yeah, I did do that one. So, but that's the thing. Like the Bubblelonia mentioned the orphanage quest. I didn't come across that. Supposedly that's over in the, what is it, the Halls of Healing or the I had to put the controller down here for a second. House of Healing. Oh, wrong map, guys. No, it's not. That was the right map. Hang on. The House of Healing, I think. Supposedly there's something in here with an old man and like an orphanage thing. Halls of Healing. So, like, I missed that my first playthrough. I missed the crew members that you can hire on the first playthrough. I definitely didn't clear all of the POIs. I guess just what I want to get at is I have to question if you call something boring, but you haven't actually played it and you haven't experienced everything that's there, can you actually legitimately say that it's boring? Oh, it's a music box, not an orphanage. See, I play too many games and I get confused some things because there's also a music box quest in another game we just played recently. Um, anyway, we're doing that quest this time around, and my objective with this playthrough is to see things from a different perspective. I want to see what are the new dialogue options I get for being A, Starborn and doing this on New Game Plus mode, and B, um, also I'm romanced with Andreja this time around, and C, with the Serpent's Embrace trait. So that gives me different dialogue options during quests. There are certain quests where I took one outcome during my first playthrough. This time around, I'm going to be making different choices and getting different outcomes. So for me, it's very much about seeing as much of it as I possibly can before I make my final review. Now, I will make things like I always make an early thoughts video when I play a game. I've already done that. And in my early thoughts video, I was like, this is a 10 out of 10. It's great fun. Then I did my what I love about Shattered Space video, and that one I had dropped it down to a 7 out of 10 because there were some things that jumped out at me that weren't quite, my favorite things. It doesn't mean it's a bad DLC. But I could tell you now that coming back into this from a second perspective for a second playthrough, that 7 out of 10 is going to go up because now I'm seeing new things and I'm like, oh, this is cool. Now I understand this. Now I see this. Now I understand that. If you haven't actually played and you haven't actually immersed yourself in and seen the totality of what a DLC has to offer, I kind of feel like your review might not be valid. Now, of course, if something is boring for someone, that is a matter of personal taste to some degree. But I think it's very disingenuous to make reviews calling something boring or calling something bad when you've only put 3, 4, 5 hours into it and you just speed run all the way through. Because yes, Dr. Nick 2, that's one of the beauties of this game is it has replayability. It's not quite Baldur's Gate 3 level of replayability, but it's definitely, as United says, United just said, I've just finished the main quest last night. I've only done one side quest and visited one POI. This is at least going to be 2 months worth of content for me. And I know Babylonia had to step out for errands, but he had said something earlier where he's like, I know that like 25 hours is probably going to be the average playthrough for most people who really spend time in this DLC. But he's like, for me, this is going to be, I don't know if he quoted a number, but he's like, this is going to be multiple runs because I want to do the bounty hunter. I want to bring this character in. I want to see these options. I want to bring the mods in and have that be a part of it. I want to do all these things. Like I know Babylonia well enough, and he's a Bethesda fan. So he will definitely put probably, let's just say conservatively, he'll put 100 hours into the DLC through multiple playthroughs. And yes, you're kind of going to get the same end. Pretty much every game out there has the same end. Even Baldur's Gate 3, by the time you get to Act 3, there's really kind of only 3 endings that you're going to get. Even though you might have a lot of variation in those 3 endings based on the decisions you made through Acts 1 and 2, you still get funneled down to a handful of things by the end. Easy to Forget says one super easy way to get more content out of it is just to look at the achievement list. There's tons of ideas for things you complete which can push you in really cool directions. Yeah, I think I just think for me, I think that the boredom factor for people who claim that they are bored is because they did a speed run and they just didn't see everything. I think if you actually take the time to really see all of the hard work that went into this, you will find things that you enjoy. Will there be things that you might still find boring? Sure. Like talking about what I was saying earlier, like the driving quests in Phantom Liberty, not my thing, but I did them anyway because I wanted that car, that red car you get with the weapons and everything. Was it the red car or the black car? I think it was the black car, sorry. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is every game that we play, every DLC that we play, there's going to be things we love and things that are just kind of like, meh. I don't really care for that aspect. Just because you find one part of a game or a DLC a little slow or a little boring doesn't necessarily mean the rest of it is also going to be boring. But it's kind of hard to make that judgment call unless you've actually gone out there and played the rest of it to know whether or not it's boring or not. Which is why I do strive with my reviews to make sure that if I'm going to review something, I've at least put in my time. I could make my review now, and I feel like it would be a fairly good review because I did that first playthrough, 16 and a half hours. I saw everything that I needed to see to get a good enough, to get enough information to do a review. But I don't personally feel like I could make a final review until I've actually gone and seen some of the additional options that are there, like for conversations and quest endings and things of that nature. So I'm definitely not bored. I know there are things about Starfield that, like, the outpost building was kind of fun for a minute, but once I found out, like, the length of what it was going to take to make the cargo links work, I was like, yeah, this isn't for me. Like, that's boring to me. Like, having to go create all of these things to, collect helium-3 to get this thing, constantly shipping things between these two pads, and I was like, that's way too much work. That is boring to me. But that's not the totality of Starfield. Starfield has so much more in terms of all of the other things that can be done. Outpost building wasn't for me, big deal. I also don't do a lot of ship building. I think that the ship building is cool. What's up, Pippin? But it's also not my favorite thing to do, so I don't feel compelled to go out there and do it a lot. I also don't call the game boring just because I don't like outpost building. Like, it's one aspect of a game that has 20 different aspects to play, so it's an interesting time we live in to see people making reviews after only 3 to 5 hours of something when there are dozens of hours of gameplay to be had if you actually took the time to play it. Food for thought. This will get clipped out, by the way, guys, for a YouTube video. So if you're tuning into the stream, we're going to continue on for a little longer. But if you're watching this over on YouTube after the fact, like, subscribe, hit the bell icon so you never miss an update. Daily streams on YouTube and Twitch. There's a Discord, there's socials, there's a Patreon. Lots of different ways to keep up to date with what we're doing. And we play a lot of games. We're off to Diablo 4 on the 8th. And then New World Eternum, Black Ops 6, and Dragon Age of Veilguard all this month, rooming into Stalker 2 next month. We've got a really busy winter ahead of us. Indiana Jones, The Great Circle in December. It's a good time to be a gamer, guys. And I think that maybe if you're bored, you've got a lack of imagination. Because there's a shitload of fun to be had if you just let yourself have fun and play video games for entertainment. That's my take on it. United says, I copy all my ship builds from YouTube. Coming up with the designs isn't for me. Pippin, what are you doing, Mummy? What are you doing, Mama? Christy just put you in here, and you're like on the edge of your chair wanting to go out again. What you doing? Oh, you don't want to be in here. Oh, you heard Mommy brought the... Oh. Did you feed her? She's acting all hungry. Do you want the... Mommy brought you the vitamins, honey. Come here. Come here. Come here. I'll give you some vitamin stuff. Come here, Mama. She's like, I don't want to be in the chair. Come on, Mommy's going to give you vitamins. Did she eat? She's like, I don't want to be in the office, Mommy. I'm not an office cat today. She's got another one of the little black pieces of stitching is like it's right, like you could actually feel it today when we were washing her stomach. It's like you can feel it right underneath the skin, but it hasn't quite pierced the skin yet. But I think by this afternoon it'll pop out. It's been every day. I think today's day 5, day 6. She's fine. She's been having lots of outside time today. Yeah, Mama. That's a good girl, Pippin. Oh, by the way, guys, Chris watched the season finale of Rings of Power last night. And she sat there, we got done, and she's like, how long do I have to wait? I don't know, probably 2 years. And she's like, no, what are we going to watch next? I don't know what we're gonna watch next. I've heard good things about From, I think is what it's called. It's by the producers of Lost. And I think it has some of the Lost actors in it. That might be what it's called. But also I've not watched For All Mankind, which is the latest show by Ronald D. Moore. I'd like to watch that, but I don't know if Chris is going to enjoy that. So I have to do some R&D and figure out something that's going to be fun for both of us to watch.
This is unreal. The view of the Citadel from this plaza was never so clear. So many buildings used to be in the way.
It is a pretty awesome view. Yeah, I also don't build my ships from scratch, United. Like, I don't have that level of creativity. I like modifying the ships, but I don't enjoy building them from scratch. That's just not something that I enjoy doing. What is the Zealot supply quest, Nick 2? Oh, you were thirsty. Mommy just brought you water.
Do you truly have no shame, Amir? No shame at all.
Stop the argument.
What you have done goes beyond disgraceful. It is morbid, disgusting. You should be hanging your head.
Oh, these are the
shame,
brothers.
But instead, here you are, acting like a common fool.
Borhal, calm down. Do not do this here.
How shameful of you to have these outbursts. Oh my, what would poor mother and father think?
You will speak not of
Oh yeah, I
mother and
totally
father,
did that quest, yeah.
Sloughing bastard. No shame. No shame at all. What a waste of good life that they worked tirelessly to give you.
Mother and father spat on the ground I walked on. You were their pride and joy. Oh, good, generous Borhal. Always the paragon, the keeper of our family name.
I am disgusted to call you brother. It would be best for all of us if by some miracle you were to drown in one of those bottles of cosa you are so infatuated with.
No, me voy a terminar rápido. En un minuto voy a terminar. Hoy no voy a hacer 8 horas porque tengo otro stream en la noche.
Are you done? Both of you. Will you calm down?
Sí.
You should be addressing the brute here. He is the one making the scene.
¿Cómo?
I am
Sí, tiene
causing
mucho
a
set.
scene because you tried to sell Mother's urn, with Mother still in it.
I was not thinking. It was a mistake.
That is precisely the sloughing problem, Amir. You are never thinking. You are too much of a drunken fool to think. Apparently, you are not even above selling the remains of dear mother to fund your habit.
It was a mistake. And you are going to condemn me for the rest of my life over a mistake?
Perhaps I should.
By the way, guys, the people who were bored with Shattered Space, I guarantee you they didn't sit here and listen to this dialogue to get to this quest. Because on their rush to get through to the main mission waypoints, they totally missed this right here. And the quest to get the brother from the mines that you have to talk to the lady at the depository to guaranteed they skipped that completely as well.
Borhal, calm down. Do not do this here.
How shameful of what? What do you want?
What's going on here?
This does not concern you.
Please accept my apologies. I caught my brother attempting to do something unspeakable, and I could not contain my anger.
Oh yes, go on. Invite a total stranger into our family squabbles.
This is no squabble, you pompous fool. What you have done today is abhorrent. I can forgive stealing my money or pawning my valuables. What I cannot abide, however, is you attempting to sell Mother's urn with her remains still within.
It's kind of scummy.
I have done many things I am not proud of, but I have never stooped low as that.
So let's see here. Times are tough, I guess. That is awful.
I was drunk. I did not know. All of those vases appeared the same.
That's a fair
It is an
counterpoint. All the
urn,
vases
not
look
a
the same.
vase, you ignoramus. And you were the one who chose it when Mother passed away. I am tired of your shamelessness.
Right.
And I am done
Miyu,
bearing
it's
what
like
should be your
that's not
indignity.
you're not
Do you
wrong.
hear me?
So I'm gonna read this comment from Twitch right now, everybody.
gone too far this
Maya says
time,
Starfield's my cup of tea. I love the
and
art
I
design,
cannot
atmosphere, and I
bear
enjoy
the
listening to
humiliation
dialogue.
of being
I also
your
think the
brother
combat feels good.
any
However, I can
longer.
understand why it would be boring to someone who doesn't enjoy aspects of listening
challenge
to a lot of dialogue.
to a duel.
That's true. However, I would counter that by saying that anyone who came into
Are you mad?
Shattered Space
Warhol,
expecting it to be
are you
anything
sure?
other than a story
There is already
DLC
so much death in the city. What
came
good
into
would
it with the
this do?
wrong
There
expectations
has to be
because
another way.
Bethesda never
Too
promoted
late,
it as
Danica.
anything other
He has
than it was
issued his
promoted from
challenge.
day one as a
I
story
accept.
DLC.
In fact,
So
look
like the
forward
person who
to it.
complained the other day about how like I don't consider
You shall
dialogue
be
to
my
be
second.
content. I'm like, you're fucking stupid. Like it's okay to be bored by dialogue, but when the entire expansion is built around being a story-based DLC, it is stupid to complain about it being a story DLC. Like, just because you don't like story and dialogue, like, okay, maybe that's not your cup of tea, but it is stupid to bitch about a DLC having lots of story and dialogue when it was promoted as being a story and dialogue DLC from a company who is known for making story and dialogue heavy games. It's just such a oh man.
Anasko Varun chose to speak to a dullard?
Oh, yes. Okay, Zaralu over on Twitch just had a brilliant comment. It reminds me when Star Wars: The Old Republic came out, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, Star Wars: The Old Republic fully voiced, all cinematic cutscenes for every single quest in the game. Fully voiced, cinematic cutscenes with dialogue choices, right? So it reminds me of when Star Wars: The Old Republic came out and people spacebar spammed their way through the entire story in 2 days and then complained that there was nothing to do. Yes, because especially having played that game so many times over the years, Star Wars: The Republic, just the base game, you have 8 storylines.
Come on,
4
say
on the
something,
Republic
you.
side, 4 on the Sith side, right? Each one of those class stories, I think they're called origin stories now, each one of those is around 25 hours of content. So just those quests alone equivalated to 200 hours of original storyline that is not shared with any other class in that game. You don't repeat that content anywhere else. It's unique to your class. Then outside of that, they had the if you remember the way it's still done this way, but they've refined it a little bit. You had the planet story missions, which were the purple quests, right? The planet story missions, which are a main story
Just
for
speed
each one of the
something out
planets
so I
you're
can be
on.
on my way.
Then outside of that were the quest hub quests, where you would go to a quest hub and pick up your traditional fetch quests where you're killing 5 of these, 20 of these, whatever, and you would have like 10 or 15 quests at a hub, then you move to the next hub, then you move to the next hub, then you move to the next hub. Then there were quests associated with the little mini dungeons that you could run on the planets. Then there were quests that were related to the flashpoints that you could do, which were the dungeons. All of it 100% voiced, 100% cinematics. There were literally the base game of Star Wars: The Republic, which is one of the reasons it cost more than $250 million to make, which at the time was a ridiculous amount of money for an MMO. It had hundreds of hours, literally hundreds of hours of quest content and dialogue and cutscenes for players to go through at launch. Hundreds of hours of content at launch. And you had people who spacebarred their way through, and after 2 days were like, "There's nothing to do. I'm bored." It's crazy.
Then it is settled. Outsider, you will work alongside Danica to prepare for the duel.
So
As
just
for
200
you,
hours of the base,
enjoy
class
these last
quests. It was
few
just crazy.
moments. For when
But
we
I don't want to
next
play
meet,
more than one.
your
Okay, you still have
shameful
25 hours of
life
original content,
ends.
and I would argue I would have to go
Do
through
not
and track,
sound
but I
so
would say probably around
confident,
150 to 200 hours of
Family home is this way.
I cannot
mission,
wait to be
like
rid
all
of
the
you.
quests
We
that
can
you would do on the
discuss the matters
planets and the
then.
side quests and the
You will be
flashpoints.
working with me.
That's
As
crazy to
second
think
seat,
about.
it is our duty to prepare for the duel and ensure fairness. I am sorry that you have found
Right.
yourself
Does
in
she
this
have anything else to talk
Yes?
about while we're here?
You need
But know
something?
that you are
Nope.
doing
I look
me
forward
a
to our next
great
discussion.
favor.
There's the
He
goods
truly has no one else
exchange.
in the world.
We know we have the quest at the entry to do. One thing I did not do when I played the first playthrough of this was I didn't take my time to stop and and the activities that you can get from this game if you just sit around and listen to people talking and having random conversations. I didn't do that the first game, and I'm going to definitely be taking my time a little bit more. And I didn't really explore.
Will deliver us from this. And it is comforting to see that at least some places can maintain a degree of normalcy.
And what about this talk of missing supplies? I would think the conversation starts there. Hmm?
I apologize, but with the cataclysm, the investigation has been slow going.
How convenient.
Like this kind
You're
of stuff.
putting the growth before the horns. The issue is not the supplies, it's the workforce. This may sound weird, but if we could reunite with some of the exiles from House Malene...
Careful, Envoy. It means nothing if those who lend a hand are holding a knife.
Not to mention, they're completely sloughing mad. What? Too soon? It's only been about 50 years?
For now, let me see what I can find out regarding the missing supplies. It's possible they were lost in the tragedy along with everything else, but I don't know for sure. Once that is sorted, we can revisit this debate.
Of course.
Okay, so this gives me another quest to do things. So just walking around and taking the time to explore the city, the meat house, and you're going to find so much content to do. And that's just something where if you do a speed run, you're never going to see it. So of course you're going to be bored. You didn't actually see any of the content.
Guess what she tells me? She tells me there is somebody else.
Crazy.
Never loved me to begin with. Sloth. 10 wasted years. Laying next to a body that could not care less about me. Well, she's gone now. She angered the great serpent. And poof! And to that, you know what I say? I say good riddance to her.
Good riddance to her.
Not very talkative today, huh? Something troubling you? Oh, come on. I will not let them eat you. You think so little of me as a friend that you really think
I have no idea if
I
this
would
leads
let
to a
them
quest,
eat
but
you?
I'm intrigued.
I'm hurt. Personal insults now, huh? You know, I thought you were different. But you're just like everyone else, belittling me, making fun of me. Perhaps it's best we spend some time apart then. I'll come back when... No! If I forgive. Were our sins really so great that we deserved this?
So I think that was just a quirky, fun little dialogue that you could stumble across if you were paying attention, but I don't think that one leads to a quest.
When you are older, you'll get your tattoos like me.
I'm still gonna make jokes about this
so
right here.
pretty.
By the way, that video on that I put out on TikTok and YouTube Short
When you are older, you can get them. I think they will suit
about
you.
how this game is woke because they have an alteration clinic. I'm glad that it got the reaction it did because
But it is not as bad as
it's
you
done
think.
quite well on
And you
YouTube
are
as a
stronger than I
YouTube
am,
short.
So it should not bother you at all.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I think most people get bored with repeatable content.
But
Bubbling,
I
yeah.
fear I may be losing my mind.
I don't think there's anything wrong with spacebarring your way through when it's your, second or third playthrough. I fucking do it. We were just doing it earlier today. Like, I was literally just skipping dialogue to hurry up to get to Andreja. It's like, I don't care. I've done this 3 times. Go, 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 go. But the first time through, for sure, I want to take my time and listen and pay attention. All right. We're at the spaceport here. I gotta wrap it, everybody. It's 1 o'clock. I need to go get lunch, take a nap. We're not doing an 8-hour stream today. I'm sorry. I may do another one Sunday. No, not Sunday. Sorry, I have 2 streams. Yeah, that's not gonna be 8 hours. Tuesday, we might do a longer stream. You never know. But I gotta go take a nap, get some lunch in me, and then I've got Warcraft tonight. So I'll be back in a few hours with the World of Warcraft stream. I will be back tomorrow morning, bright and early, at 5 a.m. Central for the No Man's Sky stream. We're going to run about 2 hours, then I'm going to take a break for breakfast, and then we're going to come back with more Shattered Space tomorrow. The objective is to, if I can get all the way through it and complete a second playthrough by the end of Monday, great. If not, what we'll be doing is we'll go to however far we get Monday. I'll then do my final review, which will air Tuesday morning. Then we roll into the Diablo 4 DLC, which I don't anticipate being very long. It'll probably be a quick story. I don't know. But I have, I have like a week. Because we have from the 8th till the 15th before New World Eternum drops. So if I get done with the Diablo 4 DLC early and I have a couple of days left, we'll hop back in and pick up where we left off and find other things that we might have missed in the Shattered Space DLC. But otherwise, the plan is to, tomorrow we're going to have a couple hours of No Man's Sky in the morning and then probably 5 or 6 hours of Shattered Space after that. And then I'll take a nap. I may come back and do another stream tomorrow night because it's Sunday. We might do two tomorrow. And then Monday morning, we will get a good, 4 or 5 hour stream in. And then we'll call it a wrap, and I'll do my final review for Shattered Space. But we've still got at least, I would say, another 10 to 15 hours ahead of us of stream sessions to do this second playthrough. So there's still a lot of Shattered Space on the table. I look forward to seeing all the things that I missed the first time and seeing all the different ways that we can complete quests as well as all the different dialogue options. So if that sounds fun to you, make sure to follow along. And for everybody who is tuning in for the first time today, if you happen to be watching on Twitch, because I do multi-stream in both places, don't forget the day-to-day happens over on YouTube. So all of the reviews and discussion videos and things that happen in between the streams happens over there. Plus there's the Homestead channel, Life in Mexico, where Chris and I have our homestead. So if you're into that kind of stuff, check that channel out as well. And my Patreon if you want to get involved in my work as a sci-fi and fantasy author. I'll catch everybody later tonight. And those of you who are just here for Starfield, we'll see you tomorrow when we come back for more Shattered Space. Have a great day, everybody. Enjoy your afternoons, evenings, lunches, dinners, etc.